All right, let us begin. Do my very nice throat clearing before I start stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me actually have a little bit of water. Let me get some water. All right, let's begin. Ooh, I see. I see. Before I get too, let me say hello to everyone. Then we'll get you updated. Do not worry. Hello, Nobai. Congratulations on your first. Hello, Ars. Hello, Mini Dow. Hello, Gorion. Hello, Aslan. Speen. Hello, Blanc. Hello, Matthew. Yeah, not painting rats today. I'm pretty sure that I don't need to paint any rats until the summer, and then I'm gonna paint all the rats. It's gonna be great. And yeah, and hello, Dugasa. Welcome. This not only is this Deathjack. This is hold on. This is Metal Deathjack. This is the OG Metal Deathjack. Not the nicer plastic one that got made later. Warmachine is dead. Long live Warmachine. But before we get started on applying any paint to any miniatures, and hello, Obsolete. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. First, I gotta do some official Nanners fan club updating. If you do not know, that's my snake Nanners. She's very good. She's still sleeping though. She's apparently drank all of her water, so I made sure to get her topped up and everything. Oh yeah, I've always joked that Deathjack is my home defense system. Okay, please hold out. I think like by the end of this month will be the refresh for spring. I can tell because now the senior category is getting way bigger than all the other ones. Oh, senior plus. I can do it like this. I think that'll give me a little bit more extra wiggle room. Yeah, I mean, it's literally a chunk of pewter or tin or yeah, I think it's I think pewter was the metal they would use. Anyway, Blanc, 7th specifically. Welcome to the sophomore year of the official Nanners fan club. Yay! She's not retired yet. I need her to realize it's spring. Like Nanners, it's spring. Please, Nanners, please move more. I beg of you. I want to hold you, but she's like, it's still spring. And then also let me do a quick thing. Let's see. YouTube chat here. Just always have to make sure my YouTube chat be working. Wait, Scorn won at a tournament? I'm glad I did see that apparently Legion is still doing like so Warmachine's not entirely dead, but like it's dead to me. No, it's like it's to the point where I don't think I'll ever get back in, but I still have like some nostalgia for it, so why not? All right, then let's get Mini down. Let's get you updated as well. Let's get you updated as well. But it's kind of nice. I was if people did not hear, I did like a big deep, not a super deep cling, but more of a deep cling than I had recently on the Halber homestead, and then I found him again. Yes, y'all heard about Nanners. She's so cute. Look how cute Nanners is. Look how cute Nanners is. I love her to pieces. Yes. Welcome to the junior year of the official Nanners fan club, Mini Dow. Yippee! Let's go, let's go, let's go. I guess there could be a theoretical scenario where I just like chain grabbed into my own Nanners fan club. I'd be okay with that. I would love to. Part of me always thought it'd be neat to do a Nanners stream, but I don't know how she would handle just like being on camera for like more than 10 seconds. If I hold her for like a while, she gets antsy and likes to wiggle around. She's like, maybe antsy's the wrong term, inquisitive. She likes to like move around and check out shit. So we got Deathjack. We got Deathjack in all of his glory. I have my Space Marines, my Minotaurs, and the reason I have them is so I could stream in the Warhammer category. I'm kind of kidding, but kind of not. There's no good like mini painting category, so I usually just do Warhammer because like if you want to watch people paint, this is the category for it. I also got some turnip stuff I want to work on a little bit. Here's the base for the guy I painted a while back, and this is not a real. I made this guy out of scraps. Like, hold on, let me just zoom in. This guy, I just had some like loose desk stuff, so I was like, I'll make like a weird worm. I'll make a weird worm with a helmet. That's fine. They warm up the snake. That's true. Yeah, I guess she's like, oh shit, I'm full of heat. Now I can do things. And then this is from Knucklebones Minis. It is a kind of jankety airship that I specifically crust up. I streamed art before, and art Art's technically also not a, so okay, there's kind of like 3 areas where in theory, like if you want to talk about the meta I had to like play around with a bit of streaming mini painting on I have to totally name him Bobbert. He's got Bobbert energy. Also, oh, okay, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Talk about big meta choices. Well, it's like Warhammer is probably the most like I would like to find people who paint minis. Sometimes art you can do it in art, like it's not illegal in art. It's just that that's art is a fucking huge category, and you will get buried really, really quick. So I don't. That's why I don't do it. I used to try it in the past, and it just doesn't really work. And then also, what's another one? Then you can do. I think you can also technically do makers and crafting, but that one's pretty much dead, and that's also mostly where people go for. That's where people mostly go for gunpla building and Legos. There's like a lot of Lego streams where she never lets her. It is very bizarre, yeah, because like so this is from a game called Warmachine, which ostensibly isn't entirely dead, but it's like Mark IV is doing its own thing, I guess. It's I think the change from Mark III to Mark IV might as well be a different game. Like I know some people say that for like, oh yeah, 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 like oh Warmachine, like not Warmachine, like for context, like Warhammer like 7th to 8th was a pretty big leap. And you can maybe say they're like different eras, but like at the same token, that would be like if during the change they squatted a bunch of factions and made a bunch of new ones and changed the entire way of how they would distribute minis and do updates and stuff. Yeah, it's a bummer though, because the setting was really rad. I really like the setting of Warmachine. I still think the Iron Kingdoms RPG is a very good RPG too. Now they got like Warmachine setting, because like Warmachine setting, I try to figure the best way to phrase it in like an easiest pitch. I'm gonna say like maybe like kind of like a mix between like steampunk and World War I era tech, but with big stompy robots and a lot of like magic and other cool bullshit. See, the era I played, it was never the musket guys that would fuck up on the jacks. It was always like the anything with weapon master. So Doom Reavers were the big one. I guess you could say Napoleonic, but like there are like full on like repeater carbines and shit. The tech is not super advanced, but it's all over the place. Like elves are basically had sci-fi tech, which I thought was really, really cool. All their mechs ran on magic. They required ley lines to function, but because you don't have to worry about making steam, you could just kind of do like the most like alien sci-fi. Oh yeah, we don't. I mean, there's sorry, the elves come from the future. Just reminded me of spirit science, and I had a chuckle to myself because spirit science is insane. But yeah, no, Doom Reavers would fuck because like at the end of the day, the thing they sell you for the setting is like, hey, you have a warcaster or a warlock. What are they? They are a big dick wizard. Sometimes they got a big axe. Sometimes they're more spellcasty. You roll in there. You and your big wizard commands all your dudes, while your big robots or your big beast will fuck the shit out of everything. It's great. Then you find out that that's generally never been the thing to actually do in game outside of very few lists. How you doing, Chieftain? I'm painting a Warmachine model, and God, this might actively tear up some gloves. If I have to go and get extra gloves, that's just how it's going to be tonight. Because like this is metal. This is metal spike. This is like I poke my hands all the time with chaos stuff now, but metal spikes are. It's like that is the digit hazard. That is where digits go to get fucked up. Oh yeah, no, I play so. I should probably explain why I have a Deathjack in the first place. I for this is gonna be like a nice little trip down memory lane that I have from time to time about the game. I came in so Warmachine was split basically between people who use robots and people who use beasts, and the robots were generally inferior to the beasts for the most part, just because of the mechanics of the game. I played Legion of Everblight, which was a beast faction. It was snow elves and mutant dragons. No one should be surprised by any of this knowledge. Oh wow, they did body horror stuff. Why would Hal ever like the weird body horror elf dragon faction? Isn't that weird? And this is very out of character for Hal. But a friend of mine played Crix at the time, and when he moved, he was like, "Hal, I'm not taking all these with me. This game is also basically dead. Here you go." And I had already painted some of his models anyway, so it was like a kind of a natural fit. How you doing, Baxter? Welcome. How you doing? Also, this is not going to be a lore accurate color scheme for Deathjack because I could not give a fuck, and realistically, this is just going to be a showpiece. How you doing, Baxter? I'm painting Warmachine. Yeah. So, in Forbidden Memories, I beat Weevil right before the end of last session, and guys, I I played a bit during lunch. I'm not advancing the story, just doing free duels. I kind of really like it. I kind of really like Forbidden Memories. I don't know why, but it's like activating my neurons in a way that feels real good. I do love my Carnivians. They were like the big iconic beastie, the mutant dragon boys. The weird, uneven centaur dragons that would fall over if you looked at them for 3 seconds, but god did I love them. God did I fucking love those lads. But yeah, so I have these, and like I said, my Crix basically is like Deathjack, the Witch Coven, a unit of Bane Knights, and maybe like I think so. I think I have like some of the old metal starter set kicking around too. But yeah, this is my War Machine was my first war game because I could afford it when I was in college. Because I did not want to. I was not rich in college. I like my Typhon came out okay. I do have a Typhon. If at some point you all want me to pull out my War Machine stuff from back in the day, oh, Ally and Dragon Slayer, welcome everybody, welcome. If you do not know me, I am Halbernot the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. What were you up to? Oh yeah, what were you doing, Warhammer? What you painting? I'm going to be painting some Marines later, but technically right now I'm painting a War Machine model. Shh, don't tell Games Workshop. Shh, it's fine. It'll be our little secret, okay? What's how to? I paint rats. Hellmelts came out by the time I stopped playing War Machine, so I never got any, even though they look pretty cool. But fuck me if I'm not gonna paint that. So hello, Dexrina. Welcome. I would believe it. Your ghost kill. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Hell yeah. That's a very nice model. A very spicy one. But this is a Deathjack from War Machine. It is all spikes. It is all spikes. It hurt to handle. It hurt to touch. But yeah, I what's it called? Like basically it was my first war game. I played it during Mark 1 and Mark 2. Mark 3 I basically missed out on in its entirety because I moved, and like that's kind of when I kind of stopped getting into mini painting stuff like that. That was around the time I was dealing with other things like attempting to find work and whatnot. Oh, there's some of the primer didn't get back there. Oh, that'd be fine though. I think this is technically primed gray, and then I spray painted it black. So I think there won't be sticking issues. Plus I'm gonna layer it later. But yeah, I still the model quality is even when I played, there were some models in Legion. A lot of the troops were like, "Oh, I hope you like the ugliest looking, bulky headed elves you've ever seen." And I was like, "I don't." So that's why I ran War Beasts. I ran War Beast because I was like, no, this is not. I should not be paying the prices for that. Because like, so it was kind of like one of those things where like there's a lot of other war games also. Apparently his spike snapped at some point. That's fine. There a lot of war games kind of do the thing where it's like, listen, our individual models might be more expensive than Games Workshop. But you need less of them. And that was kind of true. I mean, back then you could buy a Warjack for like $30, except for like a big one like Deathjack, which was like 50. Like 50 was kind of the cap. And then they released these gigantic showpiece things called gargantuans, and those were like 100 plus. Yeah, Legion did get some cool shit, and part of me there was a clearance sale on the War Machine website that I almost got some stuff. but I didn't because I was like, I must be a good boy and not buy as many models that I won't paint. I kind of wanted to get me a Cephalix just because I think they're cool, which are like Cephalix are neat. They're basically like humans that were driven underground and they've lived there for so long they become like a weird divergent society of body horror experimenting monsters. Oh, I'm jelly. I'm jelly. I never got any of the big ones. I never got any of the big ones. Get the ghost key all the way. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. So, that's just probably that's just like the usual sub-assembly thing. It's like you don't want to build the whole model, but like if you can build it into chunks, that would be easier to paint. I That's something I think everybody just kind of learns at some point. Like you could be told about I was told about sub-assemblies. I'm like, whatever. I don't need to do that. And I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna hit this angle? This is a mistake. Everything's a mistake. My hub rice, I'm playing for it now. I know it's hubris. I like pronouncing hubris wrong on purpose. It's a fun word. It's a fun word to say like totally incorrectly. I would recommend everyone give it a shot at least one point. Great. But Legion scored. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who played Scored and Troll Blood, so I'd always see his score and stuff. I was like, ooh, very nice. Disciple of Kinji sub. Exactly, exactly. Like he always played Scored and Troll Blood. So those I we had like a pretty healthy meta back in the day. Like Legion was technically like an OP faction, but I chose it because it looked cool, not because like I was trying to like super game. And make great ogre proxies. Nice. Yeah, there's also too like nowadays there's enough generic games, models agnostic games that if I wanted to find some way to play my with my Warmachine minis, hell, I could technically stat up my Warmachine army in one-page rules and probably run it like semi-successfully. Which I'm sure somebody's done. If they haven't, I need to do that. I definitely need to do that. The hell, anthropologist. I didn't say hello properly. Hello, hello. From an LGS to Tum Assembly. Ooh. That hmm. I don't know. I don't know if even I could do that. Then again, because I'm very consistent in painting. Like there's some weeks where like people who like painting miniatures were like, I'm just not gonna paint this week or the next week. And then sometimes they'll just paint a ton. I am pretty heavily regulated to my streaming hours. Um and beyond that, like I can't get extra, which sucks. Also, Albert. Oh no, I didn't put together. I've had this in my closet for a while. Like I said, not saying that I've fully fixed my places. Damn bitch, you live like this. But I did a pretty big like clean up that I've been meaning to do since the start of the year. I had Bart. I had Broadside Bart, and then I had a couple of mercenary units, but I never went full pirate because it was kind of expensive to do. Like infantry and Warmachine was kind of expensive because even though it was cheaper than Warhammer at the time, you still had to pay like I don't know, like $50 for a unit of 20, which is in Warhammer terms is great, but like at the time was like, well, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, yo. How do I use my colossals and one-page rules? Hmm. That's Alfred. How you doing? And also bye. Bye, you dork. Uh that is probably the one thing about one-page rules I notice is that like large, like super large models get statted up very, very expensive, which is fine, but also there's that like army rule that like you can't if you want to play it like in the quote unquote way it's meant to be, you can't have any models that are worth more than like 1/3 your army cost in one model, which makes sense for a pricing standpoint for like balance, but it also means there's just like there's a lot you can't do. Like I think I was what was it called? I think my autoplay is acting up again. What the fuck is up with my auto? All right, let's try that. Okay, there we go. I think we got autoplay back. I have like a couple of infantry units. Yeah, I picked up. I also would eventually pick up a lot of my Warmachine used. I have a unit of the Elk Riders from Legion. I have 10 of just like the regular infantry with shield wall, like the swordsman. I think not the swordsman. The There's like swordsmen who had weapon master and they were ugly, but they had weapon master. And then there's like another one that was like more kind of like meat shieldy. Legionnaires, yes. I had a unit of legionnaires, yeah. Like where's Captain Lady? Ooh, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Hope you have one case of 3 cases where yeah. Cause like I guess it's one of those things is I guess I've always assumed that it operated like 40K and that 12K is the point you're supposed to shoot for. I guess I never considered that OPR might balance things more towards 3K. Oh, the reason I was gonna ask, I was curious about looking up some stuff. It's what's it called? Bu- 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 So there is and one of the My Mini Factory tribes for Archvillain Games has a basically a set of Grey Knight proxies that I was like, I don't think I'll ever play Grey Knights or do anything with Grey Knights. But like if I ever just want to have a bunch of just Grey Knights, I could just spin that. I was like, hmm. Yeah, and they also look really nice too. I do like them. But you can get my Nurglish blessings. Huzzah! There we go. For me, the elk archers were pretty good, so I'm kind of surprised considering it sounded like you had anything else. But I think they were kind of old and ugly and hard to get. Like read up the pirate. I the thing is like I'm pretty numb to edge. Like edge I am fine with really. If there's a good thing going on for them. Oh yeah, I was a member of Heroes Infinite for a while, but after a while their releases just didn't do much for me. My usual go-tos for like subscriptions are I do the one-page rules one just because I think they're cool and I want to support them, even if I don't print a lot of stuff these days. Bestiarum is my go-to. And I think this month I'm doing Warforged minis because they're doing a Lord of the Rings set, and I'm still trying to weasel my group into playing the Middle Earth strategy battle game with me. Someday, maybe someday. But yeah, maybe someday I'll go through my Legion stuff and maybe paint some more. Which is I could have painted some Legion stuff, but like I don't know why Deathjack was just sitting around and like he's a nice looking model. I still think like a lot of the older metal sculpts look kind of derpy. I think Deathjack holds up. His proportions are fucking whack, but I don't mind. I like it. I don't know. I find Deathjack to be kind of like a neat model. I'm also he's though it is very funny that I cannot escape chaos trim. Deathjack has chaos trim and it bugs the fuck out of me. He's built like Johnny Bravo. Oh, sorry, Charlie. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, that's what I did when I started out. I played A Abby. Not A Abby. Abby 1, sorry, Absalonia 1. And she could basically run a full unit of beasts and just like the shepherds and the Forsaken. And I didn't need infantry. Oh, Mercy Mike. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, my friend ran Khador and had the behemoth, and that shit would just fall over all the time. Technically, I assume my friend still has all of them somewhere. Every now and then I've considered trying to buy I think a lot of my usual like the people I play like Pathfinder with usually. I think a lot of them have moved on from war games entirely, and there's part of me that's like I kind of want to buy their stuff from them. And there was almost in talks for a while back of buying the dwarves from my friend. Um yeah, the funny thing is so it's like I tried to strip the paint from here's the thing. E Abby is an ugly model. And I was originally going to do, hold on, I was originally going to do like a kit bash, which is why I stripped the paint from her. This model's had its paint stripped like 3 times. But weirdly enough, like I wasn't even looking for it the other day. I have to re-find it. Some guy just totally did a like much better E Abby print. Like people don't do Warmachine fan proxy prints at all. This guy just did one for free. And like it's really good. Like this is she looks like she's got like proportions that are correct and like intimidating and not like a weird goblin. Gotcha, get them when you were successful. I mean, that to be fair, they're kind of diametrically opposed games for the most part, so I'm not too surprised that it didn't work out. Like that's not super surprising, but like the Roxy Glow. Oh yeah, the Deathjack. This one, luckily, he's like even though he's heavy. Yeah, a lot of them could like. I was originally going to try to combine her with some like Lamia models, not to be like, ooh, I want my Absolone is not sexo enough, but I was like, trying to make her more like snaky, kind of like some of the other Legion stuff. And I couldn't find any good fits, and then that came out, and I was like, I'll just do that someday then. Oh yeah, Nightmare could be too. Yeah. That's a fair point. Good dude. We're doing real lazy base coats for right now for a lot of this. So I think I just get back in there. I just like shove my brush into the recesses. I can get that. I can get those little dried little bits that did not receive the grace of primer as much. Tactical Orphan. Oh yeah, it does have a Tactical Orphan. I totally forgot about that. I forgot about her. But yeah, it's like I just never worked out. That is kind of the really tricky thing to get people like if so there are people like why does Warhammer have the grip it has on people? And like to a certain extent, yes, the setting is fun and like the factions are cool and whatnot. Like I'm not immune to propaganda. I have several most of my painting is Warhammer. But sunk cost fallacy is real because, like, okay, somebody plays only D&D 5e, and I roll up, I'm like, hey, I will run Cyberpunk for you. And they're like, what's the investment to me? Time. And sometimes they'll be like, oh no, that's too much information. My little baby brain cannot absorb another RPG. You gotta also do math in this one? Oh no. But like, they can be swayed. But it's really hard to be like, yo, that war game that you complain about. I should zoom out. This is like way too close. Deathjack is a big enough model. It's like, oh, you know that war game you complain about a lot? How about you do this other one? You just have to move to a totally different system. You gotta buy all the books. You gotta buy a even if for Warmachine, like you just have to buy a new set of models and you cannot use your old ones. Probably what I would do now for that is I'd be like I do think that's why like one page rules is like 40k detox, where it's like, yeah, you can still use your models, but I can use models from a different game and we could play together. And it's like, okay, that's cool. That's neat. It's a neat meeting ground. Club members are wanting stuff. Oh yeah. Because like I at least for me, War Machine wasn't necessarily my first choice, but I grew to love it like immediately like once I really got into it. The funny thing is, initially, I wanted to get Sisters of Battle way back when. I was like, Sisters of Battle seems really, really cool. And this is back before they got their plastic relaunch. But I was like, that's not gonna happen. So, and then I just never did. And then chaos happened, and then there's no turn back now. Yeah, it was so weird because like I did not know about the Guild Ball drama. So the Guild Ball was a neat game. It was made by like ex Privateer Press staff, I believe. Maybe some other people, or maybe some pros. I don't know. There was a connection to War Machine at like a user base level. But here's kind of what happened. It was a game of like it was like Blood Bowl kinda, but it was more like soccer-ish. And it was you had like guilds based on professions. So you had like the fishers and the like taxidermist and whatnot. Fishers, bankers, there's mercs, brewers. I don't remember all of them. Yeah, the Crisis Protocol thing does not surprise me in the slightest. I think that one was pretty. I can pretty much confirm that one. One, but yeah. So Guild Ball was interesting because apparently because it was made by because like they're like War Machine definitely had a very competitive crowd. I played in very minor store tournaments. I was never going to like the Pro Tour equivalent for War Machine, but I was like relatively trying to do my best on I was trying to be a baller on a budget. Um but Masons. I read Masons in my brain, autofill that out as Freemasons. I'm like, God, I've been on the internet for too long. Sometimes people just do stonework, Hal. It's not that weird. Um Medalist came out. Oh god, yeah. It's but it was apparently it was like a weird double situation where it's like a lot of sweat lords played Guild Ball as well, but they were also a very strong backbone of community of like introducing new players and buying a lot of the game and like keeping support stuff up for it. Like they were kind of the perfect player base to a certain degree. But because they were really competitive, that means apparently the Guild Ball team had to work super hard to keep the game balanced. And they're like, eventually they were like, you sweat lords make this game impossible to maintain. We quit. Fuck you. And then later they're like, well, we're making it so you could 3D print some Guild Ball stuff now. We made a decision, and they didn't ever really say like we fucked up. It was kind of like, oh, maybe decisions in the past were not ideal. It was basically like if you read the comments, it sounded like everybody who actually gave a fuck about Guild Ball in that video was like, "Fuck you guys, seriously, goddamn." You told us to fuck off and we did, and now you want us back. No, eat shit and die. And I was like, I get it. I totally get it. Nobody likes to be told to fuck off and then come back. We actually want your money and we miss it. Baker's Guild for the minor guilds for the Masons. I get that. Oh, okay. So that's probably why I remembered Baker's because I think I knew it was going to happen. I did the Merc Guild because they had their mascot was just a big old fucking snake. Once again, all of my life, no one should be surprised by any of my interest showing up in war games. The only war game that I did not really go with my interest was Infinity because like I was kind of led to get the Pan-O box, but I think I really wanted to do the combined the combined army because like cool aliens and whatnot. And Dr. Worm. I wanted Dr. Worm. Slim's being a professions. Yeah, I mean that kind of happens a lot too. Like there's a lot of that kind of just blending in now, which is really just not now. Goddamn, what I'm saying. It's kind of funny how that's just kind of worked for names for so long. Also, I'm gonna touch up a lot of this. I'm just trying to get like I said, this is just my lazy base coat phase. Hello, Kaiten. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm working on getting some paint on the lad, on the Deathjack. What do I want to do the bottom of this? Well, if I just get like the mitts, I think just the mitts will be good. Completely embarrassed by the models in the building. Oh yeah, weren't the Relic Knights like really, really big titty models? I thought that was kind of the appeal though. Like I thought you went for the Relic Knights if you wanted the biggest of back. There we go. All right, there we go. We back. Boy, to Guild Ball players. It just never really took off where I was at. Like I don't think I've for context. For context, I knew a place that had a bigger arena Rex scene. Like, if we're talking about war games that I don't know if Arena Rex is dead, and it's not exactly a big enough war game, even in terms of scope, that like it would be easy to find players for. But goddamn, is it cool? Arena Rex is a war game. It's like it's an alternate history war game where like the Roman Empire didn't fall, but it's not like then they took over everything. It's more kind of like they just kind of kept going, but they still really like gladiatory arena stuff. So like you would have these like really cool arena battles. Every battle was like maybe 3 to 5 models per player, and it was almost entirely melee combat. But you could do different cool things with the way you chose your attack patterns and stuff like that. Oh yeah, this is a Vocaloid song called Hole Digging. Also, fun fact, if everyone's around for the Necrotica session where we went underground and everything, um, I I I didn't base it off the song, but like the song was in my head, and I use that as like as a GM, I get influenced by music a lot. Like if you ever want to know like where a session will come from, and it doesn't have to be like a direct one-to-one parallel. Like I heard this in a song, I will make this my game, quite like that. But even just a tone of music can really like I listen to a lot of jazz during VTubers and Vampires. One of my best sci-fi games was listening to a lot of dark synth. Like it was it sets the tone in my head, and then I can work backwards from that established tone to, like, really flesh things out. This might be a little bit where the way this was built ages ago did not work. Skirt flopping wizards and the racers refuse were I gotcha. Understandable. For some a bug, for others a feature. I can kinda see that. Yeah, I've always seen it in stock in my store, and since then, I've never seen it ever again. I have 2 models. I have the Medusa, which is just mostly a gigantic Greek woman in a semi-transparent, like, outfit, and a guy with a gladiator helmet. I cannot remember his name. I think his backstory was, like, he's, like, Celtic, but he went to the arena and is just doing, like, arena shit, which is not, like, the most wild backstory, but I think he was part of, like, a Misfits team. Yeah, anime models and anime model that's understandable, yeah. There's a lot of things I like in anime, I don't know if I would roll up to the game store with. And I say that as somebody who likes Kingdom Death figures a lot. How you doing, Mittens? How you doing? I'm painting a Deathjack of all things. Painting Deathjack because I felt like it. And also I got some turnip bits, and then I got a little bit I have to apply at least 1 coat of, paint to the Marines, or else Games Workshop will attempt to break my legs with hammers. I mean, joke's on them, they can't, but I don't want to anger the James Workshop. I do like Kingdom stuff. Cut away. Oh god. Is that one figure, that horrible Oscar figure that you're referring to? Because that thing is even much for me. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Why? Boomers have gone too far. Yeah, that one. That one is a lot. There's a very infamous Oscar figure out there that is doing unfortunate things, and I would not like to subscribe to its web zone. Break, yeah, exactly. My doors. No one break my doors, and everyone exactly. You have knowledge that you never want to have. A lot of my time on the internet is being burdened with knowledge that I don't wish upon me, but I can never unlearn it. Find out like depends on what you mean by worst, because I know Seder is bad from like a technical standpoint, but I love Seder so much. Seder is this famous Saber figure where she's all fucked up from being bootlegged. Like she got hit by with the bootleg stick so hard that she will never recover from this predicament. She will never recover. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, originally I did the color scheme for my friend's Crix with the red. Um, it was basically corn colors, but I think it was like red and gold. So I think I'm gonna try to stick to a kind of similar scheme. Not 100%, but like very similar. It's also gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be messy as shit, but because I'm also just gonna fix a god damn it. So this one's a little hard to tell. Oh god, this model actively pokes my hands. Strong second went to Aria Glazed. Oh yeah, no, that's why you don't look up hot glue. Don't look up hot glue and anime in the same filter, or else you're gonna have a bad time. Gonna have a bad time, friendo. Take a sip real quick. Worst quality wise or topic wise? I like quality, but some people like topic for that. Why am I looking up? Don't do that. Don't look it up. Don't be a repeat of the person that didn't know what goatsy was when we were talking about it, and then they looked up goatsy and they're like, "How I looked up goatsy? What is this?" And I'm like, "You fool, you fool." We were talking about how bad goatsy was. I don't know why you thought to look at that, but I still felt really bad because I forgot that people just like it still gets referenced from time to time. I loss is the meme that I'm surprised the traction it gets. I think Lost has hit a weird kind of self-referential like feedback loop where people make jokes about Lost because it's fun to make jokes about Lost, and it's just kind of become its own like spread thing now. Yeah, hello.jpg. I don't remember .jpg. I believe it's probably something horrible, and I will not look it up. But like, yeah, I think it's now it's just fun to joke about Lost for the sake of Lost, which is probably the better way to do it, honestly. But I would have assumed that would have died out because like like the era of online web comics is even kind of like I know webtoons are kind of a thing though. Maybe webtoons are kind of like that the new equivalent. the game, and not only that, we just all lost it. Steve, how dare you? How dare you? No, it's fine. There's like a lot. I'm like the trying to find the balance between like what's going to be metal and what's going to be little trick. Just play a lot by ear, I guess. Oh, okay. I think I forgot about that part of the Goatsy lore. I forgot about the deep Goatsy lore. Just only remembered the basics. I do like when people do like a joke reference to it. They'll like if they'll do the wedding ring. I think the wedding ring is a nice touch for that. What's Goatsy? Oh God. Oh, anthropologist. Go. Okay, I'm gonna warn you right now. Goatsy is a famous shock image of a man doing unspeakable things to his rectum. So there we go. There we go. I will not have a repeat of the incident. I will not. I will not have a repeat of the incident from previous time. Oh, that's it. Why is that one spike? Oh, fucking red. How did I just beef that one so hard? Fine. Why? Because it was a shock image. I mean, the idea flops entirely. Immediately turns. No, Heather, you're stuck here forever. Come back. Come back here. Trapped. Um, it's because like I don't think shock images because like this is gonna sound like I like what's it called? Um, because of the way the internet is now centralized on these like big social media sites, I don't think like shock images really exist anymore because people don't really want things to be tied to a permanent account that could get banned and you might need for stuff. Or like how like now if you use your Twitter account for other things and then did that and then surprised someone with it and you lost your Twitter, you lose your connection to a lot of like you can lose the ability to log into a lot of services, which is unfortunate. So shock images, I don't think that's the only reason they don't exist as much anymore, but I would believe it's a reason, you know? It's also a relic of forum culture, yeah. I'm sure there's some discords where people probably try to prank each other on the reg, but like I have to imagine they're relatively uncommon. I do metal on you as red on you as well. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. I did trick a friend of mine in college about Lemon Party. It was like me and a friend of ours was just like yeah, like it was I don't think it was during like an election season, but we were talking about how they were like kind of like an activism group that had some really good points. And a friend of mine was like, okay, I'll take a look at them. And then we just hear, yo, what the fuck? Later coming from the dorm rooms, and I was like, hee hee. Oh, what pranksters we are! Oh, I forgot about eating Mike Tyson's ass. That one's kind of like a similar thing. Eating Mike Tyson's ass, for people who don't know, is a more kind of a VTuber specific thing. Um, uh, but anthropologists basically we're unless said otherwise, we're mostly just referring to like old internet shock images. If you don't look these up unless you want horrible things in your brain. We've just hit that point for a lot of us. It's just like it's kind of like nostalgic. Be like, oh, remember that? I think I got shown Penn Island at school, because that was kind of like, haha, hey, look, Penn Island. Yeah, we're trauma bonding. There we go. I mean, the thing is, like, even though it is gross and weird and horrible, I think the reason why we do bond over it is because, like, there was like a kind of like capricious prankster fun to it. Like I think I know back in the day whenever somebody would get me, it would never be like a like, oh fuck you, I hate you. How can you do this? I'm like, haha, oh this is fucked up. Well met. There we go. There we go. Actual living parties were parody parties for a few years. Oh, that must have been they should have like every now and then like a group should really like run their stuff by an intern. There was a while ago where I don't know the validity of this, so someone correct me if this turned out to be a hoax. But there was like some company trying to make like electric buses, and they decided to name theirs to be cute. They tried to name it E-Bussy, And I'm sure a lot of you can figure out why e-bussy on the internet is a bad idea. Yeah, bussy. Yeah, it's yeah, yeah. And it's one of those things where it's like part of me is like, you should have just Googled that before, like, ever if you want to name anything, anything at all, I would recommend Googling it to see if other people have claimed it first, you know? Yeah. I did not know about that one, Mini Dow, but Jesus Christ. Oh, it doesn't. The e-pussy got me activated twice. Oh no. Oh no. I hate it. I hate it here. How you doing? How you doing, Dusk? I'm painting a War Machine model. That's super slow actually. I'm getting like relatively good paint progress on the lad. A lot of this is just incredibly sloppy, just base coating though. I definitely slack on like a lot of my precision for base coating. The thing is, I think a lot of it's because I can't like look super close to the model and like really get in there because of the nature of the stream. So I just kind of wing. A lot of my painting style is based around painting at a respectable distance. Hello, Tater Soup. Yeah, we were talking about like old internet shock images earlier, so that's just kind of the flow of conversations going. Howdy howdy. I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, though today I'm doing the Forbidden, the Naughty, and I'm painting a War Machine model. Because I was cleaning my house and I found it. I also found a Wrong Eye and Snapjaw too, which is just like a cool lizard in a big top hat, and then a bigger crocodile that's his bud. The funny thing is, Me Spin is how I got introduced to like the like You Spin Me song, and it's a good song. It's actually a catchy song, but it's also one of those songs that's like I can't listen to this like in public. I can't just put that on the speakers. Not that I ever listen to music like that, but if I did, I couldn't. Do I have them on my desk still? I do actually. Hold on. Kingdom Death Phoenix. Oh yeah, I was about to say I would love the Phoenix. I have the Phoenix. I'm a fucking idiot. It's in my closet. I literally have it in my closet. Okay, let me grab Lad. Now, these two I also think would be a good thing to paint on stream one of these days. They had like a real like half finished paint job that was not great. So yeah, here's Wrong Eye. He's got his staff. He's got his hooch. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, the Phoenix. You have to. You got to do that. He's got his hat. He's got his jacket. He kind of reminds me of Somer from Malifaux a little bit. He's got that kind of like Cajun swamp vibe, kind of ramshackle Cajun swamp vibe. And then here's Snapjaw, which is just a big gator. It's just Gator Man and Gator together in harmony. How you doing, Albert? How you doing? Good old Somer Teeth Jones. I also have a Somer Teeth in my closet. So when I talk about my projects, where it's like these are things I'm working on, assume that deep in my closet is an infinite black hole of dead war games. I have Warcaster models in there, like from the sci-fi Privateer Press game, that are doing nothing. It's all lesser casters. Was that? I didn't even know that list was viable. I always hated the lesser casters because I always felt like they were really expensive, and if you killed the lesser caster, you'd be kind of fucked. But I don't. Okay, I don't have Warhammer historical models. I have a couple of models from the Dark Souls board game. I have Marvel Crisis Protocol, which is not dead. I have or had some X-Wing in there. I might have sold my X-Wing models. I played X-Wing very, very briefly. I used to run Boba Fett, and like two other dudes whose names escape me. It was kind of like it was the kind of like bounty hunter elite list where you just ran 3 ships and slave 1 would do most of the work for you, but the other two weren't bad, but like you would definitely stack all your upgrades on slave 1 and just wreck shit. They probably were, and I think some of the Legion lesser casters weren't even bad either. I just never, they always just. I also, weirdly enough, I never really cared much for the Warcaster mechanic, despite playing the faction that was the best at assassinating them. But, that's why I think when Warmachine died, I didn't mourn it too much. It has good memories for me, but I think there was a lot of fundamental aspects of the game that I personally did not enjoy. Yeah, she was bad. Fiona 1 was alright, I think. I think so anyway, I could be wrong. Yeah, I think Rongai was kinda like that, like, really splashable lesser caster. I also need to use that again once more. Got keep forgetting these guys are itty bitty. Let's just get all around there. But, I think I think it's another one too where it's like, I think I picked up Rongai and Snapjolt because nobody wanted it at the time, and it was cheap, and I just let it sit. I think I'd just be like a cool model for other stuff. How else that means me again? Cringe elf. I'm cringe, but I'm free. I don't even worry about like the idea of living your life in like a fear of being cringe is just like it's no fun. Don't do it. Just doing nothing. I don't think I never got a succubus model either. There was like I said, there was like a bunch of models that I think are like became Mark III Legion staples that at the time I just missed out on because of when I got out of the game. Like I never got any of the Archons or anything to do with Infernals, though the Infernal box looked kind of neat. Yeah. Cringe culture is dead. Be free. Be cringe, be free. Hell yeah. I mean, also as a VTuber, you have to assume that's like my existence is cringe. I'm painting Warmachine models and I'm a goofy internet elf man. Like my DNA is cringe. I can't uncringe this. Doctor, doctor, disable my cringe inhibitors. That is not a good writed voice. I think I probably, you know what? I really just need to sit down and do like a voice acting practice day. I feel like I could do it. I think I just need more direction and tips. I feel like I got a solid foundation from DMing a bunch, and I got a repertoire of okay voices, but I need to go farther. Blizzard might have been nice. Because I think I mostly ran Abby. I was never like I don't need free upkeeps. I am free upkeeps. I mean, a lot of my voices were used in DMing. I'm never I don't believe you have to go full accent, but if I said that I never did any voice work in my games, that would also be a lie. Like a lot of voice work for DMing too is just like changing the intonation of your voice. Like if you just have a bad guy and they speak with a lot more emphasis to their words and slower and put more force behind certain words, like that kind of gives a different vibe. And like it took very little to get to that point. It took very little of me actually doing like any real changes to my mouth to make those noises come out. But write it, you will lose subscribers. Yeah, I think everybody has an accent that if like a voice acting voice, if they're not paying attention to, they'll just eventually wander there. For me, that's Southern. It's Southern or shit Russian. All my voice acting will eventually trend to one of those two extremes at some point. I do like doing that. Hey, I'm walking over here. Hey, Hughes, it's me, Joey. I got a sandwich in Brooklyn. I don't know. Even then, that one is kind of. It's fun to do them though. It's fun to do them. All right, we got some Warplock Bronze out. Let's do a little bit of accenting. I do need to get some paint on some other things too. I might be doing that thing where I'm stretching myself thin between too many different steps, but that's fine. That's okay. Brooklyn Rage. No, that's whatever. That's fun to do that though. But yeah, it's fun to be cringe though. That's fun. That's like I enjoy things that are cringe. I enjoy being cringe. It's just fun. It's just good fun all around. All right, I'm gonna use Warplock Bronze. I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily do the same like the thing I do with Minotaurs where I dry brush gold. Part of me has been incredibly curious about dry brushing Minotaur Bronze with copper. And I think I might try that out. I might try doing a copper dry brush. See how that turns out. Because I think this base right here is already pretty good. Like I think as I'm seeing these colors kind of come together, I'm enjoying the look of them. Dry brushing from the feet up. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I also am real like once again. I am probably gonna do an oil wash on this guy because that's just my style now. I just do oil washes, so that's fine. I got a batch of models that need oil washed anyway. I have not made any more progress with the Horus Heresy dudes, but I did prime 3 more bodies black. I actually do think those would be a good one for me. As much as I dislike doing a lot of painting kind of assembly line style, I think going through a lot of those would be like, all right, do all of the torsos with this because like this one requires a lot of stippling and a very specific combination of colors. So I could be like, okay, this little bit, I'll just stipple this dark brown, and I can knock out like 3 torsos in one night. Just like, which is not a huge amount, but it's enough to keep momentum going. Have a, some people think they can outsmart me. I can't do Heavy's voice. Heavy's is Russian, but it's like more than just that. I cannot capture the whimsy of Heavy. I don't know which Team Fortress 2 dude. If I had to mimic them, which one I'd be able to do the best? I had to look through every now and then. Despite never really being much of a TF2 player, I do watch all the videos. Like I think at least once yearly. I think everybody has like a couple of videos that they do like yearly pilgrimages to. That's my best pyro. For me, it's those and also the Half-Life Full Life Consequences. I've never really sat down and watched Germa. I don't even know where I would start with Germa. There we go. That's a stream idea. Chat gives me Germa videos and I take notes. Who is Germa? What really is Germa? All of you inform me. Oh, like our men, the peasant hordes must be painted. Yes, I'm starting with my favorite peasant, Deathjack. How's your peasant hordes going? I think there's technically some magic items that defeat magic missile. Like I know there's like a couple of necklaces that I believe absorb those shots, but that's just me. That's just me being a pedantic nerd, which I'm sure you all wouldn't have any other way. PhD in Russian literature. Yeah, I mean, you can be a PhD in literature and be full of whimsy. I don't think those are mutually exclusive. I think you could be a whimsical PhD. A lot of PhDs are dead inside from academia, but not all of them. I could never get into any of the abridged stuff because I had a friend who was like really insistent on abridged shows. Like it's like how you have to watch all the abridged, and I think he was so overzealous he just kind of like killed my enthusiasm for any of them. Heavy injury. Oh yeah, because like the doctor, the medic isn't even a doctor technically. So that would track actually. That would track. Or season's hella dated. Is it dated as in it's like the I have grown up and the humor no longer suits me, or is it like making like Justin Bieber references and you're like, oh fuck, this definitely dates that content. See, I actually saw a little bit of the Dollhouse live, but like I came in like halfway. Digging up trading cards. Germa. There we go. Germa's Grotto Beasts? Okay. Oh, that looks good. I just can't practice. There we go. As a mice. Oh god. Okay, I see what you mean now. Oh yeah. See, I mixed because like sometimes those definitely date things, but I've kind of always subscribed to the concept of like I like it when a work is like, and calling the Team Force a work is a bit much. But like, I really like the idea of like this is a time capsule. Like when I look at like old White Wolf stuff, some people were like, "This is incredibly dated," and I cringe and I hate it. But for me, it's like, no, it was a perfect encapsulation of the era, where it's like it is a very nice little space and time where it's just like, boom, this is when this was made, and you can kind of tell. Oh, hello, Echo. Welcome. How you all nerds doing? I didn't even know you'd be out this late, nerd. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello, Tenchi. Hello, Nano Pado. Hello, Fox. Hello, Grimferno. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. If you do not know me, I am Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle variety. How is Alan awake? Hell yeah, hell yeah. I am currently, like I said, if you do not know me, I am also Fairpoint. She cannot be stopped. It's a social. It's socials. God damn it. Look at me trying to show everyone my social stuff. There we go. Yeah, I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Here's some stuff I've worked on previously. It's including some Nurgle things. You went full idle brat. That sounds about right. Hello, Belner. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me do a good stretch. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like to paint a lot of Warhammer stuff. I'm currently actually painting Deathjack from the I about to say from the hit game Warmachine. Warmachine is not very. Ooh, you're doing orcs. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, if you would like to get yourself a little discount on those lads, you can check out my sponsor, Collectible Squids. How would you like 15% off on your orcs? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just fucking with you. But hell yeah, hell yeah. I like Shilling Squids. He's a very nice guy. Squids is very nice. Orcs are pretty cool. Orcs are pretty cool. I got a couple of orcs. I got a unit of commandos and a squigoth of all things. The reason that's not even hustling is at some point I turned shilling into a fun joke where it's like I've now derived entertainment from shilling, which makes me want to do it, which is technically makes me the perfect shill, I guess, but whatever. Commandos are real. I think my commandos are like older ones though. Like they're not the nicer newer commandos. They're like these like really chunky lads because I got them on sale. Oh yeah, orcs are a cool army. You can do a lot of cool stuff with them. So yeah, if you need any advice on how to like get started painting minis or whatever, just let me know, and I'd be more than willing to help out. Kill Team is also just not a bad place to start either because Kill Team you can play Kill Team by itself and it gives you like a nice little selection of models. Like Kill Team is a solid game if you wouldn't mind, like especially if you could find somebody who could like. I don't know if you can still get the Kill Team box that came with Krieg. I think it was Orc Commandos versus Krieg. But like if you could find a copy of that in the wild and get someone to pitch in with you, you would get the rulebook for Kill Team. You get a bunch of terrain. Oh, okay. You're already pretty in deep then. If you're looking at Gene Sealers, you kind of got a plan set up. Okay. Okay, that suddenly makes a okay, okay, okay. We're speaking with an advanced nerd here. I I I have this stuff because Death Guard is incredibly easy to do kill team because it's like, hey, you know all the variants of Plague Marine you put together? They're you could just run them. You could just run all the Plague Marine variants in kill team. So it's been a while. Oh, it's been a while back. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I think that's when I technically started painting, but I took a huge pause before I like got back into it in like 2019. I did like 2011, 2012, and then did like a big multi-year hiatus from mini painting. Based on the table set of purple orcs. I do have I have a soft spot for those in like stealth suits that don't have that just have footprints on the base. I know it's a very tired out joke, but I don't care. I mean, there are some cool Tyranid stuff now. Like if you ever want to get back into Tyranid specifically, with because like people are just selling Leviathan models super cheap, which is nice. Well, the thing is, a Death Guard kill team would be entirely pointless because you could just buy a box of Plague Marines. What they would need to do is basically make a bespoke one, and they kind of do. They got the Gellerpox infected. That was kill team, right? I think the Gellerpox were kill team, or if not, you could definitely buy Gellerpox as a kill team these days. Which I wonder if they did that because they knew that the Death Guard one was going to be too efficient almost. Or, yeah, yeah. Okay, it definitely was. Yeah, I've always thought the Gellerpox was neat, but I never took the plunge on them. I think mostly just because I haven't got to play Kill Team yet. There's a lot of games I think are cool that I haven't like made a real plunge. Still want to do some Typhus as a play. I mean, you can. That's the fun thing about Nurgle stuff. It's really like funnily enough, I use a lot of Magakin pieces, specifically Blight Kings for 40k conversions. I have 2 units of Blight Kings in Age of Sigmar. It's just that like they're just so good in parts. I got so many parts. I'll never run out of Blight King parts because I got 2 kits of them. Mrs. Sound's got one going. Big Grave Area. I guess you could do an upgrade sprue, yeah. I'd be a little worried if they did an upgrade sprue, though, and then later that upgrade sprue got, like, really, really good in the meta. So, I'm okay with this. You could also just run the Legionnaires kill team, kind of, like, by itself, which is nice. Let's see. Got a guild message. Nope, it's all good. Nothing too bad. Nothing too bad. More than just padding now. No, I think there's still that. I think it is just still all the flavors of Plague Marine you want. Chaos Spawn Head. Ooh. I mean, the Chaos Spawn kit is all. Chaos Spawn kit's interesting in that it's great for a lot of bits, but also it is old as shit. So a lot of it looks kind of bad at the same time. Where it's like the actual like if you build the models together, they're like, ooh, this is showing some age. But like if you just use them as like, oh, this is my box of assorted tentacles and claws and whatnot, I found that that Chaos Spawn, the fucking new there's like a new Dark Oath Chaos Spawn equivalent for like the new Dark Oath set, which is also has the new like effectively they're redoing the Marauder line in that box, and I'm like, ooh, that's a spicy box. It's a very spicy box, but I started rebasing my I started rebasing all of my Slaves to Darkness back as Warriors of Chaos because I was like, hey, I might play the old world sometimes. I said, oh, Rude, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Ooh, ooh, there we go. Hold on. Hold on. I had one snap, but it was kind of half-assed. Nice. There we go. There's no technique to my snapping. I just do it. I just do it until it happens. Yeah, the Dark Oath box is tempting me too, but I'm trying to be... What is it? I currently have the Flesh Eater Quartz box on the way. Though I think there was Games Workshop did a little one of their patented fucky wuckies. So they sent out the wrong boxes to Squids. So I just gotta wait for them to restock that. Which can be whenever, because Games Workshop. But yeah, I mean, considering it also too, like you could just use those and don't. The old Marauder sculpts are so old and bad that I wouldn't even like. Some people would be like, "Ah, old model, soul." Like, no, those were trash. Those have been bad for years, and anyone who tells you those old Marauder kits are soul are contrarians, or they're trying to offload their old Marauder kits onto you. Those were bad forever, and nobody liked them. There we go. It's a very good box, though. It's a very good box. But I will not. I probably won't be picking it up, at least until I get some other stuff. I mean, yeah, Chaos is the spiky faction. I say as I paint a model from a different war game that itself is very spiky, but this is how it be. Yeah, they kind of like they were kind of got that like body thing. Also, they had these like weird boxy chests with no nipples, which like not that I need my Warhammer models with nipples, but it just kind of created these weird like you are a human made up of cubes. You're a weird cuboid man living in a world of models that were replaced decades ago. You look like shit. But in like Age of Sigmar 2nd edition, that was how you ran Slaves to Darkness, as you did a big Marauder blob because they were hit it. It was one of those things where it's like every now and then Games Workshop is like, hey, you know that model that's ugly and we have a bunch of backstock on? It's real good now. Yay! No, they weren't resin as far as I could tell. They were just old. They were just old plastic from like way back when, and they just never got updates. They just never got the appropriate update, and then I guess now is the time. The weird thing is, like, I don't think anybody was asking for them. Not that they weren't needed. I still very much believe that the Dark Oath box, the parts were needed. on some level. Like Marauder Horsemen were better looking than Marauders, but not that much better. But I was not expecting them like at all. Another. I guess if you want more, you got it. You got some stuff. Unhelmet Marauder heads. The newer ones or the older ones? The older ones were nice if you kind of wanted that like Viking look. Mr. President, there's another hold on, there's another TTRPG monster dating manual now. Oh fuck. Well, okay, hold on. Which one is it like are these like actual like met tabletop RPGs or are these just like weird like is this just Monster Girl Encyclopedia? It's just this Monster Girl Encyclopedia again. Add-ons. All right. I guess I'm not surprised. Yeah, but that's 5th edition and like Monster Girls cannot save D&D 5e or get me to give a shit about D&D 5e. Ah, it's a Kickstarter. Okay. I did get some good the guy who Jack King Spooner, the guy that did those weird claymation games I liked a lot. He did a Kickstarter for his tabletop RPG and it got enough funding that like he hit most of the stretch goals too, which is nice. I don't know if it's going to be any good because I don't know if the guy has a lot of RPG experience. But I am very curious about it. Oh, for me, it's not even as of late. I would not mind D&D 5th editions. Like, I play D&D 5th edition, it's fine. It's fine out of 10, but because it is the most popular RPG, objectively, it means a lot of people never branch out, and it also, a lot of projects get warped to fit into D&D 5e because they want it to sell, which creates, like, weird abomination games that should not exist in this mortal coil. Yeah, exactly. You got the Dark Oath that contrasts Cities of Sigmar, and like technically, the funny thing is, I think a lot of people like not that Stormcast don't have parallels to Space Marines, but I think they've said in interviews they wanted Stormcast to be more like good Chaos Warriors as a concept, really. Warriors blessed by gods, we're big thematic armor. They're definitely both. But I find it now that the parallels are even closer between them and like the kind of breakdown between the two factions. Finding AD Planescape. I mean, that means because your partner's cool because Planescape fucks super hard. The source books are really good. Uncaged Faces of Sigil is probably one of my favorites. It's just a really good book of NPCs and plot hooks that I like. Oh no, people Sigmarines is not new. I've heard that a ton. It is that is an incredibly common thing I see on the internet a lot. So they did not make that. That is not new. Also, I do have a couple of Stormcasts I got from one of the starter boxes as just leftovers. The funny thing is, what I did is I did alternate helmets for them and made them grimy. Hey, look at my Stormcast. People are like, fuck yeah, let's go. The lads. They spin. There we go. Let's put you back. Oh yeah. A lot of people I did not like painting Stormcast till I started doing it that style, and now I do. At least a little bit. Which is nice. It's soon over the internet. Too many in a matter of minutes at table. See, what about that? Hold on. I think I might have missed the first bit of that. How are you playing it in person over the Axe? Can people just try? Oh yeah. Oh, let's talk about Pathfinder. Yeah, I mostly played over the internet too. To be fair, you kind of it is hard to get people to play other games, which is why like I try to run games that aren't D&D or Pathfinder on my streams. Lancer and the Hyper Maul are the two ones I need to get players for right now. I have a couple of people in mind for the Lancer game that I want to stream. I have not asked any of them though. I probably need to do that part first. Oh, what you doing, Nitrous? Welcome. How you doing? Oh, you're not doing it on the internet. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I do miss some of the tactile feel of playing a tabletop RPG in person. I have not played a tabletop RPG in person in what was that incident with the Labyrinth Lord group? That was I want to say like 4 years ago. I was just talking about how Lancer will be happening. I want to do Lancer real bad. I need to start I need to get to the prep phase of that right now. Have a jacket. Oh fuck. Well, hopefully you're inside nice and dry now and can take it easy. Hopefully you can dry off and rest your weary limbs. 5e fortunately. I mean, if you're playing 5e and enjoy it, that's fine too. I rag on it a lot because of the way I am. If you're having fun, that's totally fine with it. Hell yeah. It must feel good to be back though. I have the dice. The funny thing now is if I decide to play in person, I have so much terrain and figures that I could easily be that GM that custom builds all their minis for each session. Or like for the big battles. I could easily do I got like being a DM with a 3D printer sounds fucking rad. I could do so much bullshit. Holy fuck. That would be excellent. What would do your fucking vents? It's got these big chunky vents. So I'm trying to figure out like trying to find the right balance with that. It does take some work to get a group together, understandably so. Want to be a crafting DM? You can, I believe. The derived Wizard Coast actually had no anytime somebody on the internet is like, I'm going to make a boycott, they're filthy liars and they'll never do anything. Like, I always laugh. I've been laughing about that, but the whole like, oh, Niji Sanji terrible contract thing. It is. There's a Niji Sanji contract going around that looks rough as shit. But like, I'll see people in the comments like, why would a VTuber ever do that? It's like a lot of you fucks don't watch VTubers that aren't Hololive and Niji Sanji, and you wonder why these little baby VTubers are like, I gotta do this to get noticed. Like, yeah, somebody leaked a contract to some like lawyer guy. I think he's one of those like he is a lawyer, but he does like clickbait videos and whatnot. Let's see. I want to say hold on, Call of. There's a very funny thing that I think about all the time when it comes to boycotts. Let me see. There we go. If I had a higher resolution, I don't think this thing. Oh, there we go. Oh no, this does not exist in a higher resolution, really. All right, let's try that. No. Okay. All right. We'll just grab this. It's good. The quality is going to be a little bit fucked, but you'll understand what I mean when I play that. See, all right. Grab this. So yeah, this is what I think about whenever I see like internet boycotts. Or like people like, I will never shop from Wizards of the Coast again. And it's just like Call of Duty boycott. What are they all playing? Call of Duty, 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 Call of Duty. We got one guy playing Dragon Age Origins. We got someone playing Counter-Strike. Audio surf. I haven't thought about audio surf in years. But yeah, no. I just think of this image when it comes to like people talking about like, oh, Wizards of the Coast is gonna send the Pinkertons after they're a shit company. It's like, yeah, you're still gonna buy stuff. I just know how it's gonna be. I know how it's gonna be. Yeah, because I mean that's kind of the point of that's kind of the point of West Marches though, is like a lot of schedules suck, so West Marches are a good way to get around that. The one successful boycott, the Boston Tea Party. I can see it. Now we got ads going on. Okay, having a big old stretch, doing a big old drink. Three, two, one. All right, we're back from ads. Yeah, the Blizzard ones too. All the people who I saw were like, Blizzard's a shit company, and they're like, Diablo 4. Like, okay, okay, bud. How you doing? Need extra sleep? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's like I don't know. I think about stuff like that, and like I still buy stuff from like bad companies too. I mean, there's a certain extent there's always so much you can do, but then also I also don't talk shit about like I'm going to boycott, I'm gonna leave them forever. Like I'm pretty open that like a lot of war game companies suck ass, and I still buy their minis because that's just kind of how it is. I've come to terms with it, and it's like I was never under the pretension that I was gonna stop. But I also do like chill indie stuff like Trench Crusade and oh, Parody. Oh, you got that WoW chip installed. Oh, that makes sense. That's fair. That's so someday I hope modern surgery can remove it. I look at the internet for 5 seconds. Yeah, I mean the internet is a magical place like that. You have to get like in all we're gonna have to get in like all the angles. Like luckily Deathjack is like he's got details, and I'm definitely painting pretty thin, so I definitely need to do like the too thin coats meme on a lot of this. But he is actively stabbing my hand as I look for plans of attack, which is very fun in a way that hurts. It hurts. Go. 5 years old with StarCraft. Oh. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you're not a hag. So I was like, when did I get to StarCraft? It's like, oh yeah, I was in high school, I think. I think StarCraft was kind of old by the time I was in high school, though. StarCraft 1, anyway. Agent. Because I'm puking so. Oh no! Definitely get your rest then. Get your rest. Get your liquids. Get your liquids. Only a few years off. That's still a lot. That's still several years. I never tried Sins of the Solar. It was like I don't think Sins of the Solar Empire I care much for. I do one of these days want to play Homeland. I did get all the Homeland games on Steam. Home World, sorry, not Homeland. Home World. Separate from are you technically a millennial? Are you a millennial Valentine? Oh, that's a dumb joke. But yeah, I do think that the Homeworld games do seem pretty neat. Well, I don't know when I don't know. Okay, you're fine then. You're fine. I don't know if I'm gonna get around to those anytime soon though. I am like I mentioned, I am weirdly hooked on Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. And like people are like, this game is pain, but it's like, man, the game is pain, but I kind of love it for that. I am indeed a 1,000-year-old elf. No, that's the funny thing is because of the way elves are in pop culture, I've had people tell me like, "Hal, you must be like 300 years old, right?" I'm like, "No, I'm 34." 33 right now, 34 this year. Like, what? You're like, yeah, no, I just I was raised by humans. Elves can be 34. Elves can be 34 sometimes. It's not that weird. All these getting all these weird looks out there, like what the fuck? Hey, Warplock Bronze going up. I do want to try. There's like an AK interactive paint that's called like Dirty Alchemy or something like that. And it's like apparently like Warplock Bronze, but flows better. And I'm like, ooh, I would like to get this if I didn't have to spend like a cajillion bucks in shipping. Why is it only casting level 1 spells? I always assume like whenever it comes to like D&D and they're like, why are elves so old but they do so little? And I'm gonna be honest, think about for in a human lifespan, how easy it is to procrastinate. Put off something next week, just wait another year. Imagine you had a lifespan of like 700 years, right? Think of how long you'd procrastinate. You could procrastinate on doing something for 100 years. So at that point, that's always like people. I don't know why people don't. They always do like different development cycles. Like I feel like that's the easiest way to do. Is that how they do it free run? I really need to watch or read free run. I feel like I'm gonna fuck with it super hard. I feel like I'm gonna fuck with it super hard. I just haven't done it yet. Is a research of the Forbidden Memories grind using monotype decks? Huh. Oh yeah, okay, I keep getting those on my YouTube recommends, and I assume those are the thing is, this is something that bugs the fuck out of me. I understand making your content look like clickbait because a lot of clickbait gets people to click your stuff, but that kind of thing always turns me off videos. So I always just assume that those were just like weird trash stuff. I didn't know those were like actually decent. It's hard to say because like elves and everything are different. Like there's like dwarves are pretty static. You could go to most dwarven media and be like, what's a dwarf like biologically? How long do they live for? There's usually like a general dwarf basis. Oh, Sparkster 2600. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Working on Deathjack right now. I'm probably gonna maybe take a little break from the Deathjack to let some of this Warplock Bronze dry before I go back to it. Gummy recommended you. Hell yeah, nice, nice, nice. If it's me, I think I don't know if Echo still calls me Uncle, but I got Uncle energy, so I do that sometimes. Just get lazy for centuries. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It makes jokes based on. Okay, maybe I'll have to give what. No, I can't give that a look though because I want to go through Forbidden Memories relatively unspoiled. Yeah. It's just a story to be against passive. Oh, so he's doing like okay, that sounds kind of fun. That sounds fun. Uh, I'll have to beat the game first. So yeah, I'm playing Forbidden Memories next week. That's just gonna how it's gonna be now. That's just good. That's what the next Tuesday stream is gonna be. But it's gonna be more Yu-Gi-Oh. It's fine. Yeah, avoid it. I like going in blind though. Like I was playing a little bit during lunch. I got oh my god. So I forget like sometimes I forget once again how like wild old Yu-Gi-Oh cards is. I got this bad boy. The obese marmot of nefariousness. An ill-mannered field vomit that will sink its teeth into anything. And it's like it's a fucking fat squirrel and a nut. It's a fat nut squirrel. The funny thing is, it's kind of decent because it's a beast type, and I found that beast seems to fuse with a lot of types. This is called Louise. So Oakley, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, he's not American fat. He's just like slightly chubby. Um, how you doing, Clay? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm working on the Deathjack a little bit. All right, so basic first pass is he's getting okay. I think I could get a little bit on the dick plate too. The legs are kind of where I need to like really figure out what the fuck I'm doing with those in terms of metals. Some of those angles are going to be a bit of a bitch too. Fine though. I need to retouch a lot of red, and that'll probably inform a lot of what I'm doing. Hey, but look at him! He's looking good so far. I'm pretty happy with this. Fierce Marvin to Ferrisis, really? Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's pretty rad. Coppers and goblins being irradiated, cockroaches always be fight. Oh yeah, goblins just going apeshit are pretty nice. I was like, hello, Bissolite. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? And hello, Battlerek. Welcome, welcome, welcome as well. How you two nerds doing? You're nearly halfway to 69, I believe. All right, and then also, in order to pay my Games Workshop tax, here is a Marine. Gross, disgusting. Shield your eyes. Do not look. Now I've been liking painting my Minotaurs. He's got my little Minotaur, little 3D printed shoulder pad. And I think for him, I'm literally just gonna go the entire model in Warplock Bronze. Behold the Marine! I think if I just do the entire thing in Warplock Bronze and then later I'll kind of like touch it up. I'll do that, I'll do the dry brush and then I'll touch up the deets. Wow, such Warhammer, whoa. What chapter am I? Oh, he's going Minotaurs. Minotaurs is the, like, I ended up painting a Loyalist canonical Space Marine chapter, which is fucking bananas. Content Collection? I don't even know why you would play Content. Like, Content Collection as a game is bizarre to me, because you, like, don't you still have to run it through, like, a Facebook app, or did they ever fix that? I was just kind of under the impression that like Azure Lane kind of won the boat battles because it was like a game. Well, to be fair, they're the most asshole-ish of the loyalists, so they're fine. I guess it's still trucking. I see. There's a VTuber named Kumo Goro. She's like a spider lady, and I think content collection is like her thing, and I see her still playing stuff. I still see her playing it, so I guess it's not dead. I don't know what state it's in though. I don't know if it's like a maintenance mode or if it's still trucking. I don't know. None of the boats really got me into the game. I think Iowa is a cute design. I think Iowa and Contact Collection is a very good design. But like it's one of those things where it's not a good enough design to make me want to play it. Like it's the same way that like I keep hearing that like I looked a little into Nikkei, the ass shooty game, because like Elig is a very cute design, and I was curious about it. And apparently the story is like really whacked out in a fun way, but like I haven't got around to ever downloading it and playing it. So I think I probably won't. I think I will continue to remain untouched by the gotcha. Hi, Lester. I know vaguely what a lot of them look like. I kind of like Drake. I kind of like Drake as far as the Nikes go. She's not particularly buxom, and she's like an evil woman, but she's bad at being evil. So she's just mostly like kind of off-putting and snarky. And I think that's really cute. Like that's an incredibly powerful moe trait for me. Is like, haha, I am a villain. Watch as I clip the tags from your mattresses, something like that. They have the rest of you. I mean, that's probably a good idea. That's probably legit. Oh, that's Elig. She's the new one. Let's see. See if I can get a picture of Drake. See if I can get a picture of Drake I can post. Okay, she's got exposed hips, but I think this is relatively work safe. This also might be another thing where it's like I post this picture of Drake and you're gonna be like, how why are you like this? Towers just used to that sounds aggravating. That sounds aggravating. Okay, this is Drake Nikkei. And like look at her face. Also, Sadistic Carnival is a nice name. Look at her. She's pretty cute. Look at that fucking tiny that fucking Sanpaku grin. That's evil Kataton. I do like Kataton quite a bit. I do like Kataton. That would explain a lot. I do like the Sanpaku eyes. I'll put her on the screen for absolutely no reason. If I played Nikkei, I would want to get her, but I don't think anybody has pants in that game. I think that's kind of the point. But yeah, I don't know, like the allure of gotcha games. My brain is now wired to reject gotcha. I'll play a little bit early on just to be like, oh, this is kind of neat, and then I just log in once every blue moon so I get all the free maintenance rolls that I missed, and then I'm like, wow, I got a rare character, and I let it sit. I'm glad they got pants then. That's good. That's good. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever get into Nikkei. Unless I don't know what it would take. I think I would need like a group. I think the thing because like that was the thing that got me really bad. Like, I mentioned this before. My biggest gotcha addiction was Puzzles and Dragons. I used to get on like forums about Puzzles and Dragons and like discuss like the meta builds at the time and like how to clear stages and like, oh, if you couldn't do raw, like if you couldn't do raw as a god on your team, you were a scrub because you couldn't hit that level of puzzle combo. I wasn't the one saying that, but people were saying that. I assume that's how people get hooked into Grand Blue, because you basically do build like an MMO guild to do like the fucking like I don't know, like the quest, like there's like these like big guild grand company quests and stuff like that. All I want is pants. A decent pair of pants. I stay far away. That's you know what, that's fair. That's totally fair. I'm in the same way that I know that I also have somewhat of addictive personality, as you can tell by all this in general, really. But like I'm glad eventually the funny thing is guys like Buzzlet, when I got at my worst, I just quit cold turkey. I'm like, no, this is actively like fucking my shit up real bad. And then I quit. And like gotchas since then are no longer pay to win. It's usually like pay for character you like, and I like that model better than pay to compete so much better. Sugar. Well, I don't know if I know her. Solomon Grundy wants pants too. I can't do that. Forget about during the rest of the time. She had pants? That sounds about. So I'm sure a decent amount of them do. All right. Well, that dries and Deathjack is drying. I want to work a little bit on all of the models. I said that was going to be in the thing. Let's do a little bit. Let's do some dirt. Yay, dirt. So this is the base. Hold on. Let me show you guys all what this is the base for, because I have to grab the model to show you that. Hold on. Whoa. Okay, if you guys remember him from like a couple of days ago, it's his base. It's 3D printed, woot, so it can hold magnets. I think the plan is for it to rest like I think it's like this. It'll be like kind of leaning to the side. So I need to get the base done, and then I might do some touch-ups later. Probably not on stream. And God, once it's on the base, it's gonna be so much better for like not accidentally covering it and stuff. Also, we also got him, Dr. Worm, I'm calling him, is just this is just scraps. These are just mini scraps that I put together because I thought it'd be fun. I was like, I don't have a use for any of these individually. It's like worm body, metal helmet, whatever. Anyway, let's do this first. I need a color for the wood. I want a brown, but not like a dark brown. Like, I know there's a brown I'm looking for. Where are you? Where are you, brown? Mahogany. I've had this. I organized my paints and now I cannot find paints. I got the black brown I need for later. Yeah, I think Dr. Scraps. I do like Dr. Scraps as a name. I think I'm gonna stick with that. Oh, there we go. I found chocolate brown. That's what I want. I think Dr. Scraps would be really, really good for like a familiar kind of thing, you know? It's like Dr. Scraps is a familiar. He just hangs out with like a big wizard all day. All right, so let's do that. This rock is actually made out of slate, not slate, bark to kind of resemble like a slatey kind of rock. But I think I'm gonna do brown on this one instead of the gray I usually do. God, just kind of keep it like turnipy. It's nice kind of going from like a really metal, like a metal model to a really organic one. Also, I found the 3D printer that does like these tiny little mushroom patches. These I think like maybe went a bit too small. Like the default size is maybe just too itty bitty. But I might also I don't know why there's a hole in it. I don't know if like the hole was always there and I just didn't really notice it or what, but also if I leave some of the black in this, it's still gonna be fine. There we go. But yeah, I like it was like literally I just because like I've been I've been doing a big spring clean of basically everything. I also because like I got a big plastic bin that was going to be the carrying case for my Chaos Knights, but the bottom was just not the right size to fit one of my metal trays. God, it sucks. There's a company that is apparently making those little like, hey, they're plastic bins, but they've been properly magnetized and everything. There's a company for that called like God was it called like War Mags or whatever, and like they've apparently like Curioff did a video on them, and a couple of other people did some videos. I'm like, oh, these are cool. these are nice. These have the nice flat bottoms I wanted, and they got the nice handles that lock. Plastic, because like there's a Warhammer trick where you basically take a plastic bin, you put a magnetic surface on the bottom, and then you could use that to carry armies around. I've been trying to do that for a while, but the problem is plastic bins are incredibly common. Plastic bins that hit the right dimensions aren't. And like once you need very specific dimensions, like I need one that could fit a Mortarion. Or like I need one that could fit a wide flat tray at the bottom. And most of them are tapered at the bottom, which 99% of the time it doesn't matter if it's tapered because you're just gonna put like sheets or old Christmas ornaments or whatever the fuck in there. But I need something specifically flat, and that basically throws out like 99% of all manufacturers. It kind of blows super hard. It blows super hard. So I was like, finally, my savior, Warmag. And it turns out because they're in the UK, the shipping is like 30 euros. The actual boxes with like the magnets and the nice handles and the perfect size, 25 euros. I was okay paying an upcharge because I was like, yeah, I will pay a fee. I will pay a premium compared to a normal fucking plastic bin if it's got the features I want and I don't have to go sourcing my own. I'm okay with that. But like I'm not paying that much for goddamn shipping. Yeah, it's because Warhammer is a British property, a lot of model and model adjacent things are in the UK, which means as a filthy, filthy American, international shipping is kind of a bummer. Like my favorite type of brush soap is Instar, and those are only from the UK. Those are like $2 each, and I usually get orders of like 9 because the shipping is expensive as fuck. I'm like, God damn it, son of a bitch. There we go. We got a nice big chunky rock, and let's get a slightly bigger. Oh, let's get a bigger brush just yet. Let's go to Dr. Scraps. Let's go do this turnip boat. Like it's like a turnip is not a sci-fi game, but I thought it'd be fun to get like a sci-fi crew for that because I found there's a 3D print from like Reptilian Overlord Games that's like a feudal guard build it yourself kit, like a modular feudal guard kit. And like, guys, I really like the idea of feudal guard. If I had to make a Warhammer legal guard, aka like I can't. Let me see. If I can't do Chaos Guard, I really like Chaos Guard because I think they're neat. But like if I had to do like I am loyal to the Emperor Guard, I would love to do Feudal Guard so bad. But like you either gotta find Empire kits, which are harder and harder to get these days. I guess in theory, if the old world the old world's success right now was a weird anomaly. As in, like, I don't know how good the old world is doing. It's entirely anecdotal, where it's like, but for people who don't know, Warhammer: The Old World was like bringing back the classic Warhammer fantasy universe, though like a little bit in the past, even in terms of that setting, which is cool. But like some people are like, my local shop has been sold out and cannot get any more, and others have been like, our shop has all of the boxes stacked up, and they cannot push and they cannot move anything to save their lives. Oh, I'm so sorry. Battle Wreck, did you not hear the news? Did you not hear the news? Oh no, I hope. Um, okay, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in the very bottom of a Total Warhammer article on like the GW's main shop, they basically said we do not have any future plans for releasing Cathay or Kislev for the old world. They basically got like slightly squatted in a article just kind of off to the side. So I don't think Cathay's happening unless you start doing like homebrew stuff again or like counts as. Which to me is odd because they kind of originally were like, yeah, the old world, it's going to be Kislev, it's going to be Cathay and stuff like that. Yeah, that's all. I also find that to be incredibly weird as well for similar reasons. I I don't. I've heard multiple excuses why that might be because like they've never really officially said why. Yeah, I agree. It's weird because like the early devlogs. Also, MIDI Peewee. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about the death of Kislev, in the old world while I'm painting a funky rock. How you doing? How you doing? Um, Yeah, because like if you look at the design articles from like 2020 through like 2021 or two, a lot of those were just straight up like, "Hey, this is what Kislev units are gonna look like. Ooh, bear cavalry." But like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, did they underestimate how well it was gonna sell and just decide to scrap it at last minute? Did something happen with the sculpts that just didn't work out? It feels weird. What's up, Doom Paints? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm painting a base. Technically, this is for Turnip28, but like I painted my obligatory Marines, so G-dubs cannot break my cannot hit me with the large rock, and then a medium-sized rock, and then a smaller rock in quick succession. I also know COVID probably did some fuckery as well. Oh, if you told, oh, that could also be it. Because it did seem like a lot of those designs were kind of based off of that. Each rock will be $60, and I'll have to. All the rocks that Games Workshop is gonna beat me with are actually made of tactical rocks that Marines stand on. Oh, wait, yeah, COVID did really fuck with shipping. Like, on one hand, it's like I feel they were talking about it during COVID though. It did I totally understood that maybe the old world got delayed. Also, considering that like a lot of the kits they're using for the old world are new, I wonder if there was just like some massive fucking delay that just did not because like if you think about it, like what is actually new for the old world? You got like a couple of Brett Foot Knights, you have the Boner Dragon, like is there actually very and like there I mean they've brought back a lot of sculpts, but like I'm trying to think, is there like actually a whole lot of new like freshly made for the old world models for the game? Flesh Eater Quartz, yeah. Oh, that's also true, yeah. I will be getting the Flesh Eater Quartz box at some point, which will be nice. Excited. Could be that. They could be another Curse City situation, that's true. But yeah, the way I think it's almost like they were embarrassed to admit that that everything fucked up. Because like I said, this was not in a article dedicated to the old world. This was at the very bottom of a Total Warhammer 3 article. They're like, check out these changes. Oh, by the way, don't expect Kislev and Cathay for the old world anytime in the near future. I do got a Discord here. I got several socials if you'd also like to see my Instagram. Yeah, you could do a Discord as well. Also, if you like fantasy movies, I do Bad Fantasy Movie Night on what's it called? Do Bad Fantasy Movie Night on Thursdays. So I don't think this is gonna be bad. I think this next one, Garm Final Wars, is gonna be weird. And after watching all the Deathstalker movies in a row, I'm ready for a different kind of weird. Because goddamn, I forgot how bad the quality drop off was from Deathstalker 2. I watched all the Deathstalkers before, only remembered 2, and that a lot of them ripped scenes from 1, and then just blotted 3 and 4 from my brain entirely, apparently, which was amazing. There we go. See, I agree. I would love for them to be transparent, but once again, this is Games Workshop. I could not expect any amount of transparency. Like why? I'm not shocked that they basically did that. It could be their stretch thin too. Yeah, they do got 4 games. They bring back they basically brought back Epic. So I mean that's a specialist game though, so that might be more of a Forge World baby. But who knows? Win of the British, yeah, I guess that's also fair. Just bottle up everything and never let anyone know you're suffering inside. It's your current work in progress. Hell yeah. I'll have to check that after stream. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's a bummer. Maybe they'll change their mind. It's also the same way that I've seen a lot of people been like, Skaven, why aren't Skaven in the old world? And I think the answer now that we know the answer is they're gonna be in Age of Sigmar 4 as the antagonist faction. Ooh, my body is ready, but also like a lot of people do want to run Skaven in the old world. I can see that. I'm just gonna stick with having. I'm basically gonna keep my Warriors of Darkness for the old world. Uh, about Chaos Warriors from my Slaves of Darkness, and then basically what I'll do is like use them for like not Wrath of Kings. God, what's the game? Kings of War. There we go. Why do you say I kind of want to play Kings of War? Kings of War or Oathmark in particular. I've heard both of those are really neat rank and flick. And there's Hobgoblin is coming out at some point too. I mean, who knows? Who knows what they'll do? I'd like to see them do something neat, but I'm not holding my breath. What do I want to do? I'm eventually gonna dry brush this with it. I need to figure out what color I want to do to mushrooms. If I leave a little bit of black there, I think that's fine. Yes, I would like to listen to you, please. Do you do black red for the mush? Actually, yeah, that might be fun. Like a slightly darker. There we go. Oh, for the greenskins. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what they're gonna do. No, they actually okay. I will say I think they have revealed some greenskins models for the old world. I don't know quite to what degree though. Like I think they showed like some sort of shaman-y model, but beyond that, I'm not super sure what's going on with that. These mushrooms are going to be mostly base fillers, so I'm not going to be like super precise on them. As long as I can get them colored and then just kind of shift it, like just to make sure I'm not accidentally painting over any of the other terrain elements. Yeah, it's a nice little bit of detail though. And then and then I'll eventually glue the lat on, and then after I glue the lat on, I'll probably do a little bit of dirt touch up just to make sure his feet kind of seamlessly blends. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would like to play a game of the old world at some point. I also want to play. I still need to play a game of 40K. I'm a fraud. Again, I've been pretty transparent that I'm like mostly a painter these days. I did get some stuff dealt with my digitizing studio though in my living room. So a while ago, I had the aspiration of filming battle reports, and I don't know. The drive for that's gone down a little bit, but I wouldn't mind revisiting that because I have the extra, especially because I've been doing more like video based miniature show off things, or I've been doing like the rotators and whatnot. I feel like now that I know how to tweak the settings to get kind of a grimier camera shot, I might be more inclined to do that. But I also have like a nice flat area that I can use to like put down some bright lights, put down some I got like white poster board just because it's just flat and white and I could just put my shit on it. And that now I can use that and I can begin digitizing my models. Once I digitize my models, I can play with all the stuff I paint on stream through Tabletop Sim once that gets done. Which God bless technology. That shit's fucking wild. Some new shaman returning models, but no war boss type. That's kind of odd because you assume like you're playing orcs. You would assume that you would want a spicy new war boss. That kind of feels like it should be there. Praise be to the Omnisci, indeed. I love technology. I feel like all the like there's a lot of bad that comes with it, but like the stuff I use directly has been generally very positive for me. All right, there we go. We got these little mushrooms. This whole entire thing is wet. Before I go back to the big boy, let's get a little bit of paint on Dr. Scraps. we gotta get Dr. Scraps looking good. And I think for Dr. Scraps, I'm gonna do another layer of that. I think I'm gonna do another layer of that dark red. And then kind of maybe like mix a little bit of that with a skin tone and kind of build it up from there. Because I've what's it called? I've done another worm that used the same model. For me specific tech. It kind of does feel like that. Like the VTubing technology has been pretty baller. The miniature technology, like having a 3D printer is fucking rad. If you've been on the fence about getting a 3D printer, get one. They're very neat. They're very neat. And they're not you can do so much cool shit with that though. A lot of people are like, ah, a 3D printer. At last, the Warhammer piracy box. I'm like, no, 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 no. No, my dude. My dude. If you don't got room for it, that's totally fine. There's something cool about I think I maybe mentioned this in the Discord. If anyone's been interested in Turnip28, but you did not have access to a 3D printer, Max has opened up a web store actually. I don't have the links to it available, but I believe you can probably I think you can find it on his Twitter. So if you're like, ooh, Turnip28 seems cool, but I don't got the models for it because I got no printer, you have now options now. Yeah, you can get like a couple of like they're called like grow hoods. I think they're kind of mostly meant for growing plants, but there's ways you can get like little filters that just kind of go out into the open air and just kind of coat your entire thing with it. Yeah, which I think that'll probably get you what you're looking for. That like I said, Dr. Scraps is not going to be a very complicated model. Yeah, sometimes you can also just like you can also just ask or order stuff from other people as well. So you got options, which is neat. Yeah, I also put a skull on his base because like I can 3D print skulls now, so I could have a billion these skulls if I need them. Go very slapdash. Like I said, this is he's made of scraps, so the effort I'm going to put into the scrap boy, like this is funny because this is like what my equivalent of like a doodle is. Like as a mini painter, how do you do a doodle like this? You do it like this. You put together a little shit droid, a little he's not a droid, like little shit critter. There we go. For funs. Let me readjust my legs. All right. No, enough working on other things. Let's. Or do I want to get a little bit? I do like this. This is from Knucklebone Miniatures. They have like a really neat stud. You know what I'll do? I want to get the bottom. The bottom is just going to be all metal. Like this thing is going to be a grimy fucking like I want this to be like the shittiest spaceship ever. Like a bunch like I want it to like the idea I'm going for is like everybody basically fits in there. Everyone fits in there. Like an entire crew does. It's like the size of a goddamn like big bedroom. Hello this mayor. Nice. I heard a phone go over. Did my phone? A little warm, but it's not too bad. No one understands him but his woman. Scraps. Dr. Scraps. And then also Fox for you. Noise. Hold on. Hold on. No. I almost got a rhythm. It's like if I take the snap and go like a curve, like if I curve into it, like if I go like I'm getting a more consistent rate. That's cool. I have to I might why did I die? Hold on. Did I snap myself into oblivion? Oh, hold on. My snap game was so hard. Apparently, it severed the connection from VBridger. Excellent. I love to see it. There we go. I'm too powerful. I'm too powerful. I Thanos myself. Maybe that means I'm on the right track in this snap game. Maybe that means I got the right idea. Yeah, this is going to be the nice thing about like if you get like a good metallic, you can just kind of like almost dry brush it over black. which kind of shades it, but also, like, if you do get the just, like, a full coat, it's not the biggest deal. Like, if you see the way a lot of people will paint, like, a Titan, they'll be like, "Alright, we're basically gonna get, like, the base metal pretty much done in this way." Where it's like even just like the thinnest kind of like hint that all of this might be metallic. I do like metallics too. I do because I do a lot of Nurgle stuff, I do a lot of like rusted and like kind of corroded metals, but I do like the way those look as well. There's times that like I will be out and about and like I'll see like a fucking like rusted over like metal like a park bench or just like I don't know like a gumball machine or something like that. A gumball machine's not the right thing. I'm thinking of like or be like at like the laundromat, and then I'll see something just like really, really rusty, and I'm like, ooh, that's cool actually. Fuck. That's a nice design. I need to take a picture of it and study it. I don't think I ever take a picture because usually I'm in crowds and like while I may have most of my cringe inhibitors turned off, I do kind of put them back on a little bit when I'm in public. I don't want people to see me filming like, ooh, nice rust. Hell yeah. Like, why are you taking like to be like, sir, why are you taking pictures of that? That's suspicious. I'm like, oh no, I'm practicing for painting. It's fine. It's fine, please. Like, okay, sir. Sure. I'm sure that's what you're doing. I'm like, no, for reals. Get the little can this too. Get these little shooty guns. Yeah, I swear, officer. I'm so glad that I've gone my entire life without having to do. I swear, officer, it's not what it looks like. Because usually when you say that, like you're probably going to go to jail, even if you've done nothing wrong. It's just very hard to walk at. Like it's hard to walk back that sentence. Like once you say that, you could be like, officer, it's not what it looks like. I was actually like, I was rebuilding the city's roads. I was giving soup to the homeless, and I was helping an old lady cross the street. Like they're gonna be like, all right, you weirdo. Your days are numbered, perfect citizen. Like, wait, why? Yeah, I also kind of want to give it like a little metal cap. Could also do. I kind of want to do the body now too. God damn it! Hey, everybody. What color should the ship be? Uh, Ideally like a darker color. What do you think? I was originally thinking blue. I was thinking blue. Also, that's true, Aslan. That was just me more like a general example. Purple. I could do another. I do a lot of purple, but I'm cool for purple. No, it's like the like when you say I kind of know what Aslan's saying. It's like there's certain like walkway intersections where like like I kind of live in an area where like a lot of people will try to beg for money in like really busy highway intersections, and it kind of makes those really dangerous. All right, I'll do green then. I'll do green. Not that your purple's a bad idea, Charlie. I just have an entire purple army, so I think green might be a nice distraction. I'll be painting plenty of purple in the future. Do not worry. Do not worry. I still got these like ancient plague marines on the desk that I worked on stream a little bit. But now that I'm getting back into like better stipling techniques, I think I can give them a proper shout out, a proper shot. God damn it. VTuber brain. I'm not gonna daily dose everyone. I'm not gonna daily dose everyone, Azure. How you doing though? Let's see. Let's go like with a really rough dark graying on the top layer, and then we can build up to a lighter graying at some. It's kind of gonna be kind of pretty sloppy with this because I want it to look like it's eventually gonna want to look at like it's been chipped off because like you can tell like there's a lot of grain. There's a lot of grain in this paint job. Which some of that is like a texture paste, and some of this was like me literally sprinkling sand. I could do maybe I could do like a purple. I actually have an idea. I could do green, green, purple. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. You know what? I'll honor everybody. I'll honor both those answers. I can make it happen. I can make it happen. I actually even stipe a little bit with this one. Like this brush is jank, so if I fuck it up, it won't be the end of the world. Purple. I think I'm gonna do. I think it's the undercarriage is going to need to be metal just to kind of work with what I'm going. I'll do purple overcarriage. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think stipling this is kind of gets a better effect going anyway. Gonna make it a little more haphazard, and then I also want to try. I want to try the sponge chipping. Then again, I already got like a bunch of corrosion. I don't know chipping would even really do much. I was thinking about maybe for the chipping doing like a very fine dry brush of like a what's it called? Should that be great? No, that should also be purple to it. If it's on these like side bits, it'll be green, and everywhere else will be purple. I'll probably have to layer this again later. Greeple. I like Greeple. Why Orple? Well, Greeple. Why? Cause, cause I make nothing but the best decisions here on Twitch TV slash Almanac. So I think about it again about the username. I probably why I'm gonna do one day. I think one day I'll get partner, and when I get partner, I'm stealing the ever loving fuck out of Twitch.tv slash Hal. Just you fucking wait. Just you fucking wait. I'm eyeing you, dead account that's been squatting on Hal. You will be mine. You will be mine. There we go. All right, we got the green build up. Now let's get the purple. Right, where's my purple at? There we go. Hopefully, I know the game color line got redone a little bit. I hope it's still good. I hope the game color line is still good because I know they did like a radical change with the way those work. Oh, get down. It's kind of got a grenade shape to it. Yeah. You know what? I'm kind of digging this actually. I would have never done a purple and green because of the like where I go to on the internet sometimes, but kind of a neat scheme. Especially once I get some other layers to like very lightly brighten it up. Especially once I get this little bit right here. I'll probably have to retouch up the top with metal. Yeah, exactly. I get that little rim though. Oh, if I just do it like that, I can get the rim. There we go. And I swear, Deathjack will go back to you. Deathjack was supposed to be like the big star of the show, like even to the point where like the YouTube thumbnail is Deathjack. And he is, but like I thought it'd be fun to do a bunch of stuff I've been wanting to do. Like sometimes I'm a very like focused, like this is my one project I'll focus on. Other times I'm like, I'm gonna do stuff. I'm going to paint as long as the miniature gets painted, it's fine. It's fine. Like this will be good though, because like I actually had like a big backlog too of minis that like not minis that weren't painted, but ones that I didn't take photos of. And I did oh you fucks. I guess I am encouraging this behavior, so that's fair. That is fair. But where's it going? I had a thought, I lost it entirely. Excellent. Love to see it. Love to see you, gigantic marmot. Who is just floating ominously on my screen. Oh yeah, I was talking about how like on YouTube I was like, here's Deathjack. He's going to be like the thumbnail and like the text and whatnot. There we go. By the way, I do archive all these on YouTube if you would like to. If you ever need to see those. It's a nice. I use this purple for my Death Guard specifically because I like this purple. There we go. I'll let you dry a bit. It's gonna dull up because I did like a very shitty stipple, but stipling still kind of makes things kind of darker in general. All right, let's go back to Deathjack real quick. There we go. The man, the myth, the legend, the Jack, the death. Death is a Jack. There we go. All right. So what we need to do definitely with Deathjack. Zoom in a little bit more. Okay, what I need to do is I need to touch up that red. Out of all the things I need to do, this red especially needs like additional coat. I'll jack your death. I'll jack you to death. Someone had to have yelled that in like a tournament, like a Warmachine tournament, without realizing what was going on. Like, it's like there's times that, like, words will slip someone's mouth and it'll be like they'll have no idea that what they said is the funny, and then everyone will be like, "Ha ha 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 ha." Like, "What? I'm playing my Warjack." Especially because it's all the jacks, like, not part of me kinda wishes they did all end in jack, like, as, like, a Digimon kind of naming convention thing. Most of them usually were called Nightmare, Behemoth, or, whatever the fuck the Scryo ones, which were all, like, LV names. Ranger, now I'd beat you. I did never end up seeing that movie, the Barbie movie, if you will. I was like, "Oh, I've heard good things, I'll probably get around to it." He did not, in fact, get around to it. A little more. They probably still need to touch up the, I still probably really, really need to touch up the brass in a lot of spots. And then I'll do this, and I'll probably do, like, a little highlighting with like, this is not I want it to be a little brighter, this red. Like, once I build this layer up, I'll probably do, like, a little probably also a little bit of stippling. Like, I could have stippled directly onto this, but I thought doing, like, a base red coat and then kind of building up over that red coat was the correct idea. I also don't know, so it's kinda hard to see in the camera at this quality, but they're in Deathjack. And I don't know if it's because, like, this is a metal model or, like, because of, like, the primer that was originally painted with was jacked up, but some of the little parts of them have these, like, little, like, texture holes. Like, they're not super deep, they're really, really shallow, but they look like very mild just corrosion, and I kinda really like the way that look turned out. But because it's, like, an accidental thing, I don't know how I would ever do it on purpose, which is a mood. As a mini painter, when you do something that looks really cool and you're like, "I have no idea how to replicate that. I guess I peaked here. I guess this is my masterwork." I think I've done that for, like, a couple of one-off, like, color blends and stuff like that, where I'm like, "Oh, shit, this is nice." And I have no idea how to replicate it whatsoever. But as I generally get better at painting, that feeling has become less and less prevalent. Every now and then, it'll still hit me, especially because I do a lot of weird, gross, like, Nurgle models. There are some, like There's some aspects like Space Marine faces that are or not even Space Marine, just like people who maybe start with Space Marines can do faces better than I can. Like, I never really developed good human face fundamentals. How you doing, a state of Kevin? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you get those happy little accidents. They do it. I think happy little accidents exist in any because like you can control painting to a certain degree, but it's not like a digital thing. Like there is still like a medium that, like, can be a little fickle depending on it's like, "Well, what was in that bottle you got? Like, how old is the paint you purchased? How long have you let it sit? What primer did you put it on? Did you put on some old primer?" Like, that there's, like, little bits that can kinda build up like that, that kinda can lead to a little bit of unpredictability. Yeah, that's true too. A lot of my Nurgle stuff, especially because like, let's see, I crust the fuck up out of those boys. I have, like, a couple of recent Nurgly stuff on my Instagram as well if people wanna see for Instagram. How you doing, Kevin? If you do not know me, I am Howard the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Now have a big bowl of water. And I painted Deathjack, which is not a Warhammer model, but so far, I don't think anyone's ever given me shit for that. Usually I do play Warhammer on stream just because I do have a lot of Warhammer stuff. Every now and then I'll just be, hee hee. Here's another game. Here's another game. Don't worry. I put one coat of paint on some Minotaurs. I love Warpwalk Bronze, especially because I'm gonna do a thing with these guys where I dry brush over that. You're orky enough. True, true, true. I was actually thinking you could probably because especially see initially ages ago when I could not afford Warhammer, but I play and also when War Machine was probably in like a better functional spot. I did actually base my friends was like how I don't give a fuck about like painting, but I like playing the game. Can you paint my cricks for me? And I painted them. I was like, Corn has a cool color scheme, and like I was gonna say, yeah, I could run this in like a corn army, and people would be like, "Fuck yeah!" I don't know what it would be. Oh, maybe like a corn hellbrute. To say that somewhere like in the torso is just like a guy who is just getting like mega tortured to death. Well, like not to death, tortured forever. Because hellbrutes like being in a dreadnought's not ideal because like you're in a box for the rest of your like hideous half-life. But like Hellbrutes basically I love how even in like the lore it's like sometimes a Chaos Space Marine will engineer a scenario where their rival accidentally gets injured and needs to be put inside of a Hellbrute. So like that person's rival is just inside of this like metal flesh chaos box screaming for eternity because they didn't want someone to get in the way of their rise to the favor of the dark gods. That's like yippee! Iron Warrior shenanigans. I feel like it's also probably I could also see word bearers doing that kind of thing, you know? Yeah, sometimes sometimes I'm just like, oh no, your limbs are so broken. Quick, get in the box. And like, no, I'm feeling fine. You know, if anything, you know what? Zane shows me a favor. I think a tentacle will grow in there. Like, no, 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 no. You gotta go in the box. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's too late. You don't have much time. Think about hobby streaming, but for now, I'm only checking other streams. I mean, that sounds pretty good. That's I like meeting the people I meet when I do my mini Peyton streams. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. At the end of the day, too, as long as you're having fun, it doesn't really matter what you're doing here on twitch.tv/Halbert. That wasn't me shilling myself. I just think it's fun to refer to a channel by the full name. Full URL like it's your full official Christian name. Iron Warrior's just like, yeah, you know what? Ally casualties, fuck them. Who cares? Oh yeah, legitimately Tater. That's why I'm printing. That's why I'm playing. Not printing. So I print accessories for my Minotaurs. This is from the Leviathan box, but the shoulder pad is printed. Also, I think do I have a good example of it? If we go to my intro screen, yeah, is my voice on here? Yeah, check it out. Here's my Minotaur's Dreadnought. There we go. Speaking of Dreadnoughts, it's got a lot of extra third-party bits to look really, really cool. I'm really happy with the laser burn, how that turned out on that. Like the little laser shooty from the gun. That was a half-assed dry brush attempt at doing kind of like yeah, just try to do that like muzzle glow, and I was like, yeah, this turned out good. Turned out legit. Twitch.tv/Halbernock the Mimic Elf ? Referral equals raid. Oh no, the Minotaurs. The weird thing is in the lore, the Minotaurs kind of got like so I wasn't planning on doing it. Also, hijack. Hey, I see what you did there. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm working on a Deathjack. But I did end up watching Space King. I was like, okay, you know what? This is getting passed around a lot in Warhammer stuff. I feel like I should watch this just to see what the hype is about. And it was like it's fine. It reminded me a lot of like an old Newgrounds Flash, like almost identically, like to the point where I'm legitimately surprised it came out in 2024. But there was like a thing in there where it's like they did the little globules to replace someone's brain with an existing space defender or whatever. I'm like, it's been strongly hinted at some parts of the Minotaur lore that they do that. That they like in addition to the hypno indoctrination, they might just implant memories to a race who was like, which is why they can replenish their numbers so fast. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for doing like a totally goofy parody thing of that. Like, I get that aspect because G-Dub's lawyers be G-Dub's lawyers. That part I could never give them shit for, but I was kind of like, it's like I said, it felt like a Newgrounds cartoon with like everything that came with a Newgrounds cartoon. And I was like, a lot of times I remember back in the past when I would watch Newgrounds cartoon, it was never really for the humor. It was for like, I mean, I thought some of them were funny, but I think the ones that I enjoyed the most were those type. I was also more of an albino black sheep boy, so that might kind of dye my experiences and get to do another coat on there. I guess I will admit this was my first Flash Gits, so I guess that could also just be what they do. That could just be their MO. And I just would have never known because like their names are from like didn't they do like another like dark like Black Templars versus furries or whatever? Like wasn't that kind of like their like famous one before this? I do appreciate that they're like, yeah, we're a bunch of animators. Like they show their Patreon the end, but I was like, no, I get what they're doing. I get what they're doing. It's hard being an independent animator by yourself. Like trying to get enough money through animation. I still have fond memories of like the Sleepy Cabin podcast when they're like, yeah, today we had enough money for a single McChicken each, and that means life was good. And I'm like, I have been at some really low points in my life financially. I have never been at the the succulent morsel, the bourgeoisie treat that is a McChicken circa 2012 maybe. Like when the McChicken was arguably at its cheapest. Pro printer and we get that fucking sucks. That is unfortunate. I'm a big 3D printing fan myself. That is unfortunate that you get like fucking takedown. I wonder if after they got EMAC or whatever their name was, if they've been kind of like extra bitey lately. It's what got you into Warhammer. Oh shit, really? Nice. I'm trying to think of like what got me in. I don't think it was like a central event, but like as longtime resident of internet hellhole TG, Warhammer was everywhere, and like eventually, like not that I got like Stockholm syndrome into liking it, but I always had like from a distance it looked neat. But I didn't actually get into painting it until I really hit like living on my own status, as in like I could afford models. Signpost. Oh, are you doing like the what's it called? Like the one-page rules, like these are the space brotherhood of the enlightened king, something like that. I love those. I love those very close enough names. There was like especially Nurgle ones are like the entombed smelly fart lord and or like the hell brute would be like the angry sad box. I love those. I love those a lot. Gotcha. Yeah. Understandable. I'm doing a slightly more controlled layering on a bunch of this now. I was much sloppier earlier, but now I can kind of like go in and do it again. Janitors are my favorite. Space janitors. Like, yeah, the thing is like usually when I'm looking at 3D prints though, I do what's it called? I do more independent people though. So I usually don't even look for Games Workshop proxies. Though I do one of these days I'll probably end up getting those cheese stealer cults from that evil one because like goddamn cheese it's just a very good pun and also sci-fi skaven. Like yeah, it's got two things I think are neat. And there you stay, Kevin. Thank you for the follow and welcome formally to the workshop. UPI is a good one. I don't know if I know that one. I think I know that one. And that like weird spot where like depending on the angle, hold on. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where it's like where does the trim start? And Tater Soup, thank you for the follow. Oh, oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Gotcha. That would explain. I'm definitely not looking up towel models on the internet. No. Especially because a lot of them are like, would you like a bigger robot? Or like, would you like a towel lady with anime bimbo huge tits? And it's like, I don't really need any of these. I do Chaos Knights, so I'm good up on robots, and I got Kingdom Death, so I'm good up on BAPs. I also just I don't know. There's a subset of people on the internet that do like, how are my anime like blueberry dream wives, and I find those people tend to get annoying. Not even against like anime stuff and like loot stuff, but it seems like that combo of Tao and anime fans can get aggravating. Which knowing like considering the way I look, I understand that's a weird stance. Oh, okay, that changed my having a good Vespid model would be rad because dear God, how old is that current Vespid model? It's that thing's got to be fucking ancient as well. I cannot imagine G-Dubs has updated that Vespid ever. Is it still in metal? No, Tau canonically or like I don't think the xenology thing is accurate anymore. But they're kind of a lot like the guys from the Trade Federation Star Wars Episode 1, but with like funky nose like slits. But because they are the mech faction, and also there's like a little bit of weeb influence. Arguably, the Eldar are more weeb, and that they're like space elves, and they got like katanas and shuriken guns and stuff like that. But yeah, like canonically, like let me see if I can find just like us. Like let me see. See what's see her name. Let's see Shadow Sun. There we go. Let's see if I can just because like Shadow Sun's got some pictures of her face open. And like usually, let me see. Oh god, finding official ones. Let me see. Maybe if I just go Tau female. Okay. Oh god, this might be a mistake. Yeah, it's all. Oh, it's oh god. Oh god. People, I hate AI art. If you Google any AI art now, it's just garbage. It's just there was okay. Here's I think this is official. If not, I think this is actually like relatively close to canon. Hold on, let me put that on screen. I think this is fan art. I think this is fan art. Hold on. It's incredibly hard just to find like a canonical female Tau art on the internet. God, why is this so difficult? Oh god, they're all anime women. How about if I just do Tau clothes? There we go. Tau no. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna do the one that I think this is fan art, but I think this is like more accurate to the body type. Even then, I think this is prettied up a little bit. Oh yeah, let's do that Shadow Sun book. Shadow Sun book. There we go. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is the book cover. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, hey, are you so when people I need a comparison picture. I need a weeby towel picture that I can put next to Shadow Sun so people be like, okay, we got to compare and contrast. Okay. This one is tasteful, but this is kind of like this is what like when you ask somebody what they think a Tau female looks like. It's funny that like my autism is so stuck up on this point, but like I don't know why. I don't know why this is the bridge I die on, considering I literally have fucking Drake Nikke here. I don't play the game, but I was showing her off because I thought her design was neat, and now I'm like, God, anime Tell. Look at those fucking plebeians. All right. So this is what I think a lot of people I think this is what a lot of people think like, yes, Tao female with their lovely anime white hair and their tits out and their tactical bikini. Now, this is a picture of Shadow Sun from her book. Hey everybody, look, it's Shadow Sun. This is Shadow Sun. Look at her. How big can I make this? Hold on. Hey, look, there's some other town there. Hold on. Hold on. I need to do something incredibly stupid. I need to do something incredibly stupid. All right, guys, to continue my mini painting stream. Well, all right, let's go back to Deathjack, and I can scoot her over a little bit. I don't know how I'm gonna keep this over, but it's like it's. I just keep looking at. Okay, I'm gonna move that off to the side. I kind of want to make that a toggle. I want to make that a toggle, so if anyone says anything like suspicious, I can just have it go. Like that. I have the technology to do that. Hold on. I need to write that in my notes. Hold on. I'll get back to painting, I swear. I need to do Shadow Sun toggle. I hope I remember. I hope when Howl of Tomorrow reads this, he understands. I hope he understands what the fuck I meant. Because sometimes I do that. I'm a very forgetful person, so I'll like write a note like, what the fuck did I mean? I mean, some of them do. The thing that bugs me is that like I don't care if someone fetishizes their Warhammer army. I just find that people that fetishize Tau become very aggravating. Like if you try to have any Warhammer discussion with them whatsoever. I think that's why I'm bitter about them specifically. Like, I don't know, give your orc tits. I could not care. And yeah, there's like a proud tradition of like Rule 63 Primarchs and like Sisters of Battle and whatnot. But I think to a certain degree, a lot of those people are like, yeah, we're doing this for boner reasons. But I don't know. I've seen the anime hyper wifed out Tau fans, and they get aggravating very, very quickly. I'll do it. Do what you want, even if I'm not into it. Arcana Flesh all day if you really want. Not my thing, but whatever. Oh yeah, I mean, I think there was the Exodite had a female like Tau captain. I think like she was like a fire warrior captain, and she just looked like a weird alien woman. Oh god, do I click a Don Boru stream on? Oh, I've seen that design before. I mean, it's pretty accurate. I've seen a non-trivial amount of Mortarian but lady models. There's a lot of them out there, which makes sense because Damon Primarch and whatnot, I guess. Hello, Ori, how you doing? Shouldn't just be commanded by Aircast. I will admit, I know nothing about Tau. All my Tau knowledge comes from playing Fire Warrior. Which I will never do again. Tau Fire Warrior was one of the least fun games I've ever played. I'm saving that. If I ever need to do like a donathon for like a model thing, or for some reason, if I ever need to raise cash, it's just gonna be like every $5 increases the time I play Tau Fire Warrior, and then you just see how much you like to see me suffer. I played a little bit of Bolt Gun. I basically got to through the first area of Bolt Gun, and it was fun, but like there wasn't really a huge amount. Like once he took away all my weapons and put me on the desert planet, I'm like, I don't really have a huge urge to play this anymore. I did do the taunt button, and I also saw the Games Workshop cactus. There's an old cactus they used to use in like those like how to do Warhammer terrain things, which is just like a ball of styrofoam with little red toothpicks. And that cactus was in that game, and it made me smile. But like other than that, like I did that, and it was fun. And I was playing Rogue Trader on stream, which I haven't played in a bit. Mostly because like I'm trying to course correct and steer myself away from playing these catastrophically long games that nobody who isn't already super hella deep into those streams knows what the fuck is going on. I've been dialing back on those for about like maybe a month or two, and it seems to be working out pretty well. I do be baiting. How you doing, Echo? How you doing again? Watercast assassin stat blocks. I'm sure. I was about to say I'm sure they exist, but probably not actually. I don't know. The protagonist could melee. I mean, the protagonist gets some like weird chaos weapons. I think towards the end, I just did not get that far. The drive to Tau Fire Warrior was non-existent. I could not muster even the slightest of fuck. Vibin, fuck yeah, let's go. We're getting some good we're getting some good layering on this. Just need to get a little bit more in this back section. Some more mess up. I mean that sounds like a lot of Warhammer stuff. A lot of Warhammer fiction is kind of that's fine. I play Fire Warrior died. I mean, Town Fire Warrior's in this spot where it's bad, but it's not bad in a fun. I've played bad games where I'm like, what? Why did you do this? This is a weird choice. But every second of playing Tau Fire Warrior was like, God, I'm just playing shitty Halo. I'm just playing shitty Halo with bad controls. And like something that I think that like people that do Warhammer games now, they get it. Like they get the vibe. Like you'll like even like Space Marine, which was mostly just kind of like what do you do, stab orc, managed to get like the environments and the details look good. A lot of Fire Warrior was like go through the dirt bunker, go on the Imperial ship, which just looks like a ship. Go to the Fire Warrior ship, and it was like it was much less visually on brand as like newer games. Atheistic towards POW. Like the Emperor's not a god, and then like she pulled out her mechanized fedora and then proceeded to taunt them. Yeah, exactly. It was incredibly dull. It was incredibly dull. I mean, I always spent like I did pay money for it. That makes maybe that makes me the biggest fool. It was only like $1 on sale, so like it's not like I lost anything other than 3 hours of my time I'll never get back. But yeah, no, it was. If you ever sit down and think maybe as a lark I'll play Tau Fire Warrior, don't do that. Oh yeah, aren't they the? I don't know how true that. I have heard that the Tau are like manifesting a concept of like the god of greater good. I don't know how far they've gone with it yet. I've always had this weird spot with Warhammer stuff because I don't actively consume Warhammer media. Um, I always like hear stuff secondhand, so it's like I don't know. Like it took me a while to figure out about like if the end of the Horus Heresy stuff was true. I I played Rogue Trader. I think it's a good game. For me, it was very, very long in a way that I think made it kind of antithetical to streaming. But it's a very cool game with a lot of cool options. I enjoyed the bits I've played. It was not the game's fault that I'm like my brainworms will not let me do a titanically long series again. But yeah, if you're on the fence about it, but you like CRPGs, there's really like unless it's like a money thing or like I would give it a go. Like great good gods, everyone wants her to be Secret Zinch. I mean, there could be a bunch of it could just be a random daemon that's just like, ooh, this is like listen, this is free real estate. Yeah, let's get that Tau juice. What if the god of the greater good was just Vastor? He's just like, yeah, this is not a lot of soul energy I'm getting from this, but it's enough. And if I make the crisis suits go vroom vroom real good, they'll think I'm working. They'll think it's working. That could be neat. It's also like as from Baldur's Gate, I found that the fact that the combat actually has a lot of mechanical death was very very neat. Oh, it's like way Vestager doing that. Oh, okay. Also, Soul Venerator. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. She looks like Tal Buddha. I mean that's not. That feels thematically right. Like I don't have strong objections to Tau Buddha. This is kind of boring, I guess. I don't know. I've also like I like the big mix, but nothing about Tau like also thank you for that. Thank you. Tau, I think the only thing about Tau that I've ever super vibed with were the auxiliaries. I really like the idea of Tau as a coalition of auxiliaries, but I think Games Workshop is like doesn't care about that aspect because like as opposed to big robot. Like I would love it if there was just like I like Vespids, Kroot. Kroot are kind of in an odd spot where I like Kroot, but they seem like they're slowly growing more into their own faction than being like a Tau thing. It do cost them money too. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I saw a really decent conversion of like a lizardman using fucking of. I saw a really cool like lizardman. It wasn't a lizardman Tau though. It was a lizardman fucking Photon, like Kit Bash. But I was like, that could be fun too, just to take like fantasy species and just like auxiliary them and to tell. And I know you can. Nothing's stopping you. They just don't make it easy, and they don't ever bring it up a whole lot. That's also true. I was all right. How you doing? That's also fair. Oh yeah, because like she's got like a Farsight's blade is like big chaos relic, if I remember right. Like it's that's why Farsight's like the no Shadow Sun, my bad. I'm getting them confused. I think I'm Shadow Sun is the one with the sword. Farsight is just another Tau lady. Okay. Um but yeah, Shadow Sun's got like a really cool like chaos blade, which is neat. Oh, is the jury still out? I thought it was confirmed chaos. Okay. I feel like Warhammer is filled with spooky talking chaos blades, so like it would have made sense if it was, but if they got some other plan, maybe. Oh, far okay, so far because okay, Farsight Enclaves. That's what I keep getting Farsight and Shadow Sun mixed up. I don't know. That's fine. All right, what are we doing for you? I still haven't really figured out what I want to do with the legs. The legs are still basically a mystery to me after a certain point. Like it's like panel. I it's very hard to show you all the leg meat because specifically Deathjack's gigantic grippy mitts just get in the way of actively trying to paint it. This is amazing. Holy shit. I'm gonna do okay, so this is trim. I guess I can also make this red. I can also make this red. Let me do that. Let me get some red on there. Is the best loyal Tau, but she's starting to distress. Oh, okay. And Farsight's the one doing the Farsight enclaves, who have kind of done their own like, we're gonna make our own Tau empire with blackjack and hookers. Okay, so Ori, this is actually not from. This is actually a Warmachine model. No, listen. I painted a Minotaur a little bit today, so it's fine. We're cool. We're cool. Um, but no, I do collect Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are like my army that I have the most like I can roll up with a fully painted Chaos Knight army now. My Death Guard is getting close, but I think I just need to shit out like a bunch of Plague Marines and then I'm there. I got basically everything else. I got all the HQs. I got Mortarion. I got a Plague Burst Crawler. I don't think my Death Guard list would be any good, but I could also put War Dogs into my Death Guard as well. See, I was thinking if I ever use this, I think this just makes a better corn Hellbrute. Yeah, let's go. Great taste, story. Great taste. Oh, nice. How humanity first destroyed the aliens. Some of those aliens are my friends, though. I have two alien VTubers I consider good friends, which is fun. But I have not played Helldivers, so maybe my mind has not been changed yet. Your hands. I can almost hold your hands. All right, pretend you're Deathjack. There we go. We can go like. There you go. I imagine your hands are about this size IRL too. Like where it's like I'm to scale. Like this is a full size hand. I'm painting with a real big miniature. Weirdly enough. There we go. Very dumb joke. Death Guard team Night Abominate. Nice. If you I have pictures of mine on my Instagram. See those. Go. If you scroll back towards like the I have two. I have a Despoiler either Desecrator, I can never remember which is my latest Nurgle theme one, the Wailing Worm. And then my Abominant is also very Nurgle themed called the Pound of Flesh. It has fake human teeth in it. And an entire Space Marine fused with its pauldron, living in unending agony. Yippee! We love unending agony in this household. Work in the back. Some of these angles are just because of the body shape are just going to be weird. That's fine. All right, then we got to do it for this side as well. Hey, thank you, thank you, thank you. Nights are a lot of fun for me because like nights are my every night I've painted has used Games Workshop models, so I could roll up to a tournament with a fully tricked out one and be fine. My Minotaurs are my 40k army that I've done the most 3D printing kit bashing for like alternate helmets and like extra accessories. My Stormcast, my Age of Sigmar army with like a lot of 3D printed stuff, and then my Maggotkin are my like pretty. It's weird. A lot of my Loyalist ones have a lot more customization than my Chaos ones. Funny how that works out. I think it's because I had all the bits I need for the Chaos ones, and I didn't need to delve online for anything. But it's like unless I decide to make Fallen Primaris, there was nothing real special that could make them like extra fucky. They would just like it's like could I paint them as like the most regular ass vanilla like Ultramarines? Yeah, would I want to? No. Which is funny because I still got Girly Man. I still got Rowboat Girly Man that I'm gonna convert my chapter master. That is a project that in theory can happen whenever. Gotta sit down and do it. That's also true, yeah. It's like chaos is made for kit bashing, which is why I've Oh, is this starting to chip? I'm seeing like this like little metallic sheen at the end. I'm like, I swear I've been painting over this. I wouldn't be surprised if these edges are just like catching and actively like chipping a little bit. I hate working. I hate metal. I hate metal so much. I don't miss it. Warmachine was my first war game, and all my army was metal. I don't actually know if I own a plastic Warmachine model. No, that's not true. I own a couple from a starter box, and that's it. What if it gets Metal Sonic? Fuck Metal Sonic! No, Metal Sonic's fine. Metal Sonic's fine. Oh yeah, I gotta do the horns. What do we want to do the horns? A little bit of red. There we go. But yeah. I've been having fun, and then my if we're going for like my most kit bashed and fucked around with is just Turnip, which is not a Warhammer thing at all. But like I love how Turnip can do that. I am on the record as being anti Scub. So all you pro Scub enjoyers, I just want you to know. I just want you to know you're wrong, and it's not too late. You can change your heathen ways. There we go. And then metal horns? He's got like these like little trim things for the horns specifically, but I don't think I'm gonna paint them. I think I'm just gonna let those naturally catch light, and I'm just gonna ignore it entirely. Rose Gub, I'm sorry, Nitrous. I'm sorry it had to be that way. Needs to be anti anything. No, you don't understand. Those pro Scub enjoyers are wrong, and their opinions are wrong, and I hate them forever. Oh no, not Scuff, Scub. Are you pro Scub or anti Scub? Hold on. I might need to give context for Scub. Because I think as much as I love Perry Bible Fellowship, I think a lot of I still the linguistic travels of what led to the phrase weeb becoming common enough that like normal-ish people know what it means is wild. Like it cracks me up knowing like Perry Bible Fellowship, one of the secret architects for internet culture since its inception, basically gets like no credit. All right, I'll do Scub. I'll put Scub up real quick. Yeah, I guess Scub is ancient lore. Oh god, I just flung my paintbrush everywhere. See, there we go. All right, good old Perry Bible Fellowship. All right, here we go. The comic that started it all. That's it. There's nothing really more to it. Scub is just a thing. It's just kind of like showing just how people just fight over dumb shit. It's a fun comic. It's a fun comic. I put Scub. I have an idea. Hold on, I wanna go. I like the whole comic, but I think I just want to crop it specifically just to that little thing of Scub. See, I hate this. I hate Scub. Fuck Scub. I'm anti-Scub all the way. I need to get an overlay just so I have more room. I'm anti-Scub now. Hell yeah, let's go. You've seen the light. Scub is made of people. Oh. All right, here we go. This is also this is okay. One more Perry Bible Fellowship comic. Also, Bed Monster 34, Bed Monster 34. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Massive fortune to good insults. Yo, let's go. The atrocities like the Scub. Hell yeah. Everyone needs to know what's the how horrible Scub is. Oh, let's see. Okay, if we want to do favorite Perry Bible Fellowship ones, let me put up the Weeaboo one first, and then I'll find my favorite. I'll find my favorite. Okay, so if the origin of the word weeb originally comes from this comic, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? If we waste any more time on Weeaboo, we'll be bankrupt by the end of the month. Did someone just say weeaboo? Because I think I just heard it said weeaboo. Weeaboo. Like it's a nonsensical comic on purpose, but it was eventually implemented as a word filter on 4chan. Where like I forget exactly what you would what it replaced. I think it was like Japanimation or like otaku or something like that. It just replaced it with weeaboo. And then it got shortened to weeb, and then it kind of proliferated at that point. So like whenever someone calls you a weeb because you like anime, that's why. All right. Actually, I don't. It's very hard. It's very hard for me to think of my favorite. So, Perry Bible Fellowship is a very. I know we're going to a webcomic digression, but the thing I like about it is the guy's got incredibly good artistic range. All right, so like this is just like stick figure or people kind of with some more detail. Like this is not particularly complicated, but like he likes like every now and then the dude will just bust out like legitimate full stuff, like this one. I too have lost a kingdom. Join me, let me begin it. This one's really dark, but like the quality of it is just really good. The Captain Crunch one is also very good. Okay, hold on. Let me just I could talk. I could talk forever about it. I'm just gonna cram these here. Just not nonsensically small things. Let me just link you guys Perry Bible Fellowship. Hold on. I just need you all to know what this comic is because it's excellent. I never really read much. I never really read much XBCD. I never really read that much, but like these are pretty legit. It eventually will. You know what? I kind of realized it's if I wanted to practice some voice acting, XK City. Ah, gotcha. If I wanted to practice some voice acting, I could really just like go to a lot of these. Like the ones that are more word heavy, I could definitely do that. Maybe add some like little laser noises and shit to a couple whatever. Okay, there we go. All right, that's enough webcomic hour. That's enough webcomic hour. Once again, I I swear I like painting the Deathjack. It seems like I'm stalling, but I'm really not. I just really like Perry Bible Fellowship. I'm willing to like derail my own stream for this webcomic. All right, let's go back to the horns a little bit. There we go. I want Deathjack to have at least like semi-painted. There we go. Lad. I will say too, like once again, since like Warmachine models are way simpler, he actually like has like he's looking good. I could even go like, okay, what do I want to do? Let's get these little rivulets on the side. Listen, I love Deathjack. If I was told that like I had to choose between like keeping Deathjack in one piece or Perry Bible Fellowship, I would throw Deathjack at my wall in a fucking heartbeat. Like no, like I'd be sad for the damage my wall took. Because it'd be really hard to explain to my landlord, like, why is there a hole in your wall? Well, so you see, I really like Perry Bible Fellowship, Mr. Landlord, and then he just punches me directly in the face. These little metal dots. Never painted metal models. It's so the things I just as somebody who started the hobby with metal models, they're harder to kit bash. They tend to chip. So like if you don't prime it right, even if you prime it right, sometimes paint will just chip unless you super seal it. Like a lot of times, like you'll see like hard coat and like varnish. Does it really mostly gets used if you're doing like things that require it, like oil washes? Um, you kind of sometimes need to do that with metal models. And in addition to that, they're very heavy, which can be a bonus. There is like a nice tactile feel of like, hold on, let me get let me get this little bit right here. Let me get this little like listen to this. Doesn't that feel pretty satisfying? I don't think you can really pick up the noise, but like you can kind of tell there's like a weight to it. Like this is like roughly the same size. It's a hollow resin thing, so it's, of course it's gonna be like it's got some chunk to it. I agree. Very big chunky. But oh god. Also too, Warmachine models in particular, some of them had stability issues really bad. They would be really top heavy and they would like lean to the front. Deathjack is actually relatively fine in this regard, but like a lot of my other models from like the Carnivian would actually have like an overhang so bad that like there's a meme. How's Dinkle? How you doing? Welcome. Yo, let's go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Best of luck with your apothecarian. I'm painting a Warmachine model today because I'm feeling naughty. Um, but what's it called? My Carnivians. Okay, okay. So initially, so Warmachine was a pretty competitive game. So it kind of came out that like, hey, 3D terrain's cool. What if we use 2D terrain in order to like really maximize like how well we can measure shit? And on one hand, I've seen like metas that would do that. My local shop used a lot of used 3D terrain like big hills and forests and stuff like that. And the forests were just like you could just remove the trees to put models in there. That was pretty common. The thing is though, even like this thing on a hill, like a hill going like this, like a slight incline, like nothing too wild. It could fall back and shatter into a million pieces. Um so like are there things that metal are fun for? There's like metal and resin kind of have similar properties and that you can get really good texture work with them. Like plastic, you'll kind of notice that like if you look at like a forge rolled kit to like a plastic kit, like the forge rolled kits will have like or like let's say a Nurgle forge rolled kit will have like pock marks baked in a way that like a G Dubs plastic one never really will. Because it's just how the medium works. Plastic doesn't really do that kind of stuff super duper well. And you can sculpt around that and kind of like put together the illusion of something like that, or like get something close enough. Get a little bit of stuff on there. But yeah, no, I've had models that like I've had to pin. Pinning is also something that's still used, but not as much. Pinning is the idea of like you drill a metal spike into your model's limbs or whatever, and then and then glue the two pieces together with that metal spike for support. War Machine, I had to do that a lot more, especially for my flying guys. Like I had like a serpenty. It was an Angelus, which is like a slithery snake with big dragony wings. It's a baller model even still, but let's look like the model Dinkle. Hell yeah. Like the Angelus is still a baller model. However, you had to pin the big wings because even with Gorilla Glue, those things could still break off. And if they broke off, you had not only did you have to re-glue them back on, the glue would accumulate. So you would have like Gorilla Glue and then like more Gorilla Glue on top of Gorilla Glue. Or you could use like super glue too. But like that super glue would be more fragile. So you would have to pin. So now you have to take a fucking vice thing and drill into your goddamn model. Which not that I've never not I drill my barrels. So like I've drilled Warhammer models before. That's not the biggest deal. But having to do that in the arms as a necessity and then attach a metal spike to said arms and then not only not being guaranteed that if your model teeter-totters and falls down, it won't explode. It was really a perfect storm of like fuck you contrivances. So I am for the most part glad that I don't have to deal with metal models. A lot of or at the very least, I don't have to deal with I don't have to deal with like big metal models like this. I think if you're going like hero scale, like I have like one oh let's see, here we go. I have an apothecary. Not sorry, librarian, my bad. I have the librarian metal model. It's missing he's missing an arm and a backpack because he came to me like that. And like the detailing is pretty good. It's relatively chunky. Got some nice details on the face. He's not so bad. But yeah, like this is solid metal. This is fine. They used to do gigantic models, like models with like hold on. Like models with a base as wide as this paintbrush. Probably a bit more, like including like the little shiny metal bit, just like all the way around in a big circle. I never built one of those, but I cannot imagine the hell that it would be to maintain one of those gigantic sons of bitches. I cannot fathom. I cannot fathom how rough that must have been. And I always did want them though. I think someday I'll get an Angelus, which was like my dream model from that era. Luckily, the prices have not significantly increased. Yeah, basically, I think a lot of War Machine prices. I know now that Mark IV is back, there are some like prime armies, which is what they call like armies using old models that you can still run legally in tournaments. They squatted a lot though. They squatted a lot of models, unfortunately. But the ones you can use in tournaments, some of them are still using older models. And those ones that I think are tournament viable, those tend to get sold out pretty quick. Like I think those actually command like a price bump. But yeah, I might pick it up someday though. I don't know. I'm pretty good on models for the most part. Like my big thing right now is I need the time to assemble them. I got two tanks I want to do. And I feel like when I sit down to work on them, it just doesn't happen. Just the time does not manifest. But I want to do that though, because like I probably also like I finish Deathjack today? Probably not, but I'm gonna get at least very close. I haven't done very many projects recently where I go from start to finish on the whole model. What do I want to do for those? There's like these little swirly bits. I think I'll also just make this little model. Well, no, it's not a pile of shame issue. I mean, my pile of shame is very big, and I'm not jazzed about that. Um, but like I've been doing a lot of painting where it's like I don't carry a project between days. Like, it's just like, I'm doing this, and they're, like, kinda smallish, or, like, I'll do a little bit of painting and I don't go back to it. And I think getting more, like, the big tanks built up would be good for that. Get my Space Marine repulsor tank, get that ready to party. Not leak out. That's not it. Like, yeah, look at so far looking good. I need to do the base though. So the base, I did print some stuff, or I used some prints I used to have to like. Bestiar has an entire set filled with gravestones, and what I did is I took the gravestones and I smashed them. I wanted to say with a hammer. However, I cannot find my goddamn hammer. Tools will just go missing, like my box cutters, my hammers, like my hot wire cutter. I know where that is now. I found my what's it called? My hot wire cutter, which is good, I guess, even though I'm not hot wire cutting anything recently. Um, but well, but I I instead used a weight. I used a 10-pound like metal weight, and I just took it to my porch in the back, which is concrete, and I put the little gravestones on there, and I bonked them with the weights until it split into pieces. Because I was like, "Oh, the idea that Deathjack is just like stomping around through the dirt, like just like busting up old graves." I'm like, "Ooh, that seems cool. That seems neat. Let's get those before I get too engrossed." 'Cause that's also the thing, there's not a lot of base to decorate, because Deathjack's body takes, like, a reasonably large amount of like, base real estate. I'm also seeing some, like, little bits, though. I think once I get, like, the dry brush done, do I wanna risk the dry brush now or after I get the leg bits in? Fake rocks. I hit them with real rocks. I mean, yeah, that'll do it. There's also like a technique too for like if you're using like that pink insulation foam. What you do is you put the rock in a like a little can and you shake it up. You put those in. Oh, hold on. I'll explain after I introduce. Hello, Zara. How you doing, everybody? Welcome. How have you fine nerds doing to my stream? If you do not know me, I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I am a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Though today I'm not painting Nurgle or Skaven. Hell, I'm not even painting a Warhammer model. Ho 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 ho. I'm painting a Warjack. I'm painting Deathjack from I bounced it from Age of Sigmar, which is entirely wrong. It's not even fucking close. I'm painting the Deathjack from Warmachine, actually. I've had this one kicking around for a while. I do have a couple of like once again, Games Workshop. Games Workshop, you can't fuck with me. I gotta yeah, just backtrack out of there. But I thought it was a Hellbrute. I think if I ever use it on the table, I think I could proxy it as a Hellbrute. I probably just need to get a base that's bigger than this and just like stack the bases together, and I think I would function as one. But yeah, how is Helldivers going? For people who do not know, I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skipper. There's some models I worked on. When I switch, hold on, when I switch, you just see Shadow Sun just zoom into the distance. Shit. For people who missed it earlier. I put so much shit on my screen, she's getting covered up. Also, how you doing, Caesar the King? How you doing? Welcome. She's going places. She's got greater good business off like I don't know in a different state or something. But yeah, it also probably doesn't help that I'm also painting this in oh god, was it? I'm painting it in like roughly corn colors because that's what my friend do I still have any? Well, I think I still have like one painted model from way back when of the cricks of the corn style cricks we had. How much did your model cost? Like this one was like maybe about like $50 new. Oh god, my actual model. Let's see. It was no, I know. I was being obtuse on purpose. So the art I think was like 800, $900, and the rigging I think was basically double that. I would have to double check exactly. Now you're gonna be like, that's a lot, but you haven't seen you have not seen the bonus. You have not seen me. There's a reason I'm a mimic elf. Hold on. So yeah, I got some stuff. I got a little bit of gotta get a little bit of, a little bit of extra spice. I got a little bit of extra spice. I can also do this. All right, let's put a shirt on. There we go. Slanesh is better. You're wrong, but you're allowed to have that opinion. Nurgle is the best. Nurgle is the best Chaos God. 100%. Slanesh is like my second if I had to choose. But yeah. Like Nurgle and Slanesh had an elf baby. That's me. I was made in the lab. Let's continue to get the dirt on there. I just like the way a lot of the Nurgle models look. Like they're like they nailed the Death Guard in 8th edition like super duper hard. Very, very, very good. Around in between. Okay, I think I got enough like very general brown dirty color that I can assume that like even if like once the oil wash gets in there, they'll probably be fine. Those are both good choices. Then again, I'm pretty sure if somebody was like, "Hey, Hal, I also paint Warhammer," and then you're like, "What do I paint?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, you know this." I don't think there's anybody that'd be like, "That's a shit choice, and you're a bad person, and I hate you." Even if we were joking about like Tau earlier, like I don't do that. I don't hate too much. Yeah, sisters seem cool. I've been seeing a lot of people painting up Custodes. I've been seeing a lot of people paint up Custodes, and they do look pretty nice. I don't do Custodes, but I've converted some Stormcast in a color scheme that would probably look pretty baller with Custodes. There we go. I did a thing where I replaced the helmets, and instead of painting them like gold shiny toys, I did a bunch of oil washes, and I have like a dingy gold recipe that I used. And I used my signature, put a bunch of candles on bases. Really, definitely sell the vibe. Yeah, I'm glad you like. A lot of people are like, holy shit, Stormcast. I don't hate. And in the same way that when someone's like, how you know what, elves suck, but you're the cool one. I'm always like, fuck yeah. I desire to be the one that's like something's lame, but then I'm the cool one. That's my that's goals, you know. Oh yeah, I can also too because I got a 3D printer. I can print off racks upon racks upon racks of candles. It's so good. It's so good. Challenging, yeah, and a lot of it is because like as somebody who really likes helmets, I need a good helmet to enjoy an army. And Stormcast helmets just blow. They're just bad. They're not great. Cause right now, but I'm so burnt out on sister. I can see that because like sisters feel like they'd be like very complicated. Like you just got like lots of little bits to deal with, and it's like well, I could see that leading to fatigue like super duper quickly. I'm kind of glad that I never got into sisters because I could see that getting aggravating. Yeah, oh yeah, those are from the Dominion box, which is when they introduced like the slimmer Stormcast, and those are actually like they're big still, but they got like properly big night proportions. They're not the weird diaper babies that were Stormcast circa like the initial release. God, the initial release of Age of Sigmar was a fucking like train wreck. Well, no, okay, you're not wrong, Caesar. Death Guard have a lot of like tentacles and nonsense, at least for the Plague Marines, which is why I'm very slow on painting my actual Plague Marines. I mean, just like a lot of like extra little fiddly bits. I don't mind if it sounds a little hypocritical, but like I've seen people who are sisters painters be like, God, there's a lot of little doodads, and it's driving me fucking nuts. It's driving me fucking nuts. Like I see that sentiment repeated like a non-trivial amount. Can't I can't I'm trying to get like into the arm cracks because there's just not a great way to do that. There you go, lad. Go. Let me take a sip. Stop is also making. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I admit I crutch on oil washes super hard, so like I get that sentiment. I also love doing the slime and rust effects as well. Like that's like those are my shit. I love doing that so much. All right, let's get the balls. Yeah, these ones. Let's get the arm orbs. Oh, and then there's this back plate too. Like I get as well. No, I don't want to inflict the pain onto them. I don't want to inflict pain on anyone. It's nice I could go. I do like it though. One of my favorite things about painting Nurgle is when someone's like, "How that looks fucking disgusting." Good job. And it's like that is the best feeling in the world. That like gross. I hate it. Good job. Like it's such a power. It's such an interesting sentiment because like I'm thankful when people say that, and I've also had that happen with my turnip stuff where it's like absolutely disgusting. You did great work. That's what you're shooting. Exactly. That's disgusting. I love it. Especially because I had for like some of my do I had my slug gun. Do I have a good picture of the slug gun from Turn? I think I do. I think it's in here. Oh, there we go. So this is one people definitely say that a lot as well. Okay. This is gonna transform, fit the screen. Yay! This is for Turnip28. And this is the big gun. It's the big maggot gun. It's got a cannon on its back. And people, especially because I purposely made it look like very scabby, because it's got like the kind of crust and meat up top. We're at that point where I'm just gonna cover up stuff. So goodbye, Perry Bible Fellowship Comics. You were wonderful. It's gonna awkwardly cover you. Yeah, exactly. Everyone loves meatloaf, right? I do partial assemblies. So the reason I did not do sub assemblies is because this guy was assembled. Let's see. This guy was assembled in 2014 at the latest. If I had to take a real guess, 2013, 2012. This guy has this was given to me by a friend. He was the guy who played Crix way back in the Warmachine days when I would play Warmachine. I played Legion of Everblight, but he had to move, and he did not want to move all these metal models that he also didn't give a fuck about at that point. So like, here you go, Hal. But usually I do sub assemblies. I do 100% use sub assemblies now. But there's a lot of models of mine that I built when I was young and naive, and I there's the mistakes of those models still linger on the models themselves. But for instance, comparing like a model that I've put together there we go. Let's see, we'll do that. And all right, let's put you just right here because I'm gonna go back like immediately. Ba-ba-ba. Yes, it really is the best compliment. Oh, here we go. So this guy has not been primed, but I've been working more on my Horus Heresy stuff lately. So this guy, the way he is a tactical marine, he's got a custom shoulder pad and helmet. The way he will be assembled will be like gun pouch will be kept separate. I'm going to eventually glue the backpack and the body together. Arms have been glued into one cohesive whole. Pauldron will be separate. Head will be separate. I gotta do some like filing on his pack, his little power pack. Anyway, like that's probably extreme, but because the way those tacticals are built, there's a lot of crevices. So I typically go in and try to like I try to minimize the amount of suffering I have to achieve to get the results I want. That's all good. Have yourself a good night and take it easy. And thank you for stopping by. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Let's get this butt plate. Yeah, it's easier. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, though. But yeah, sub-assemblies are life, sub-assemblies are love. There are times though that like even I will be like, this doesn't need to be a sub-assembly, or like it will be a sub-assembly, and I'm like, I'm tired of having the bits just jostle around. Like it's getting aggravating to maintain all the individual pieces. I know, I'll just glue it together. It's probably gonna be fine. It's never. fine. It's that is that is that is a that is that is that is a that is a phrase that usually fucks me, like, not irreparably, but it's like I have just made this an issue for future Hal for the sake of convenience of maintaining the list of parts. It does make that easier, though. Your famous last words. This little, like, back bit is dark enough that I don't really got a good feel for, like, how far this goes. Okay, that kinda seems about right. See, if I just kinda swoosh the paint around, kinda like this, eventually I kinda hit up upon the edges, and then I'll go back to touch that up. Hey. Oh god, the poke. Ooh boy, the pokey. This guy's really sharp. These are really sharp. Alright, so get a little bit more on the feet, and I'll let that dry, and I'm gonna figure out my next steps for the boy. Oh yeah, I still gotta get the coffins on the ground as well, and then yeah, I basically neglected the legs because the legs are kind of in an awkward spot. There's two models I need to return to at least a little bit. At least a little bit. These were some of the turnip ones I worked on earlier in the stream. There you go. Once again, yeah, like I said, looking good. Like, I do think a lot of these designs still kind of hold up. Like, they do kind of look big and goofy and cartoony, but like, look at this lad. Look at him. Oh, the whole head is one color. It's just that he's got like a little metal rivet going down the middle. So I need to actually do it. Before I switch over, then I need to go like. That explains why he looked a little odd. I thought he had like a rim around his eyebrows, but apparently not. Yeah, he does. He does got this like little head bracket thing. And I think I'm still gonna do the green energy glow as well. My plan is after I have an idea for how I want to do the glow. And also, normally this guy has like a glowing spirit in his chest, but that was lost a long time ago. That model does not exist anymore in my household. Where it went, I don't know. Did it ever actually reach this household, or did I lose it? And I've moved a lot years ago. I've been thankfully pretty steady in my current location. Though for how much longer, I don't know because apparently my rent next like this upcoming year is going to be $100 more, and it's like, fuck. I can handle it, but it's not. I do not like that. I'm not does not like does not want. It's like there's been like little inflation increases, like a 20 there, a 50 there, and it's like this year's like, it's just gonna be $100 more. I'm like, so if I have to move in 2025, so be it. Anyway, keep inflation to the Sonic fans. They shouldn't have it either. To be, no one should have that much power. All right. So we got this. We got this little board. This is for my Turnip28 guy. We're gonna do a little bit dry brushing. No, I don't have my Cheetos brush. Got my big Cheetos brush. That's fine. It's like the 11th commandment. And then God said to Moses, "Yo, cut that inflation shit out. You're weirding me out up here." So his word was law. All right, so we got my dry erase tester. If you don't have one of these, just get like something with a lot of bumps. I 3D printed one ages ago, but the print fucked up. But the print fucked up in a way that it's still totally usable. It just kind of like use that to test the intensity of your dry brush. Like, okay, around this side is when it kind of got to like good levels. So I'm using just like a light tan. I might even just switch to like an even lighter color. I want to go and kind of like add a little bit of color difference to the mushrooms are also picking up a lot of it. I guess that makes sense because they're actively raised. Maybe I'll do a khaki instead. I think I like using the khaki color. And the buff, my bad. You have 8 details regarding the one you're working on. Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm doing it is a big showpiece model that's going to be used for what's called the great. Oh, hold on, got ad going on. So I'll just grab the model and then we'll come back. Eh, yeah, there we go. All right, lad has been retrieved and he's been kicking on my lap. Probably not put him on. All right, we are back from ads. Yippee! Welcome back. Don't worry, I paused specifically. So this guy's supposed to be what in the game terms is called the Proboscis, which is just like a big, gigantic, angry mutant war elephant. Though, since Turnip's a lot more fast and loose on what things have to be, I think as long as you got kind of like a relatively biggish creature that kind of fills similar roles, it's hunky dory. There we go. So I'm dry brushing buff, which is like a kind of yellow. I think it's a very nice dry brush because it's like a good accent and it still kind of things looking kind of dusty in a way. But yeah, Turnip is a very fun game. I admit that I use a lot of it as like I find the working on the models really the extra fun part. But especially like I've joined a Turnip28 Discord recently, and it's really cool to see what people are doing there in terms of like their models or like they're doing art for it. Also, apparently, like the details of Swill, which is going to be like the Turnip28, like it's in the same universe, but I think it's going to be more of a skirmish game. But it's like under what underground Victorian London style, but like everything is like kind of like hyper exaggerated fish themed. It sounds weird, but like there's like a really cool hold on. Let me get this let me get the last little bit of I'm just trying to add a little bit more. The funny thing is I took bark and I painted it bark color. I could have just left it bark. I guess this seals it a bit more. This seals it a bit more. There we go. This little wood chip bit. Okay, that's pretty sturdy. So YouTube pause music. There we go. Let me rinse the brush out. Let me show this picture from Swill I find super cool. Hold on. I think it's been shared around before. I know I saw it on Patreon. I think I got posted publicly at some point. Let's see. I'm gonna go wiggle this. Ooh, look at us. Oh, there's a turnip con, but it's in Nottingham. I'm not going to Nottingham, unfortunately. Someday. Someday. Okay, I found it. I found this image that I think sells the vibe of Swill very well. There we go. Here we go. Okay, so it's like you get like a bunch of just kind of like old-timey advertisements. You got these big rickety buildings. You see a bunch of weird fish nonsense. And you see this kind of like mysterious dude. You get the street slime. It sells a vibe. I don't still don't know the details of how the game is going to play out. I don't know how far in development it is. Let's put Swill right there. I think it's a really neat idea. Also, recently too, I am not affiliated with him in any way, but I know some people were like, I would actually like to buy models for Turnip, but I don't have the ability to kit bash. Like I don't have any Perry miniatures nearby. He did open up an international print store where you can get some prints. I don't I think isn't .dk might be Dutch. I'm not sure, but yeah. There you go. That's where you can get some Turnip minis from now. Yay! Let's go. Anyway, what this is for the boy. Now, normally this is supposed to be a tiny model, like it's always supposed to be about yay big, but because I do have a 3D printer, I scaled it the fuck up, and I also attached like a bunch of like twigs and shit from my yard, kind of make it look extra infested and kind of give him like a little bit of spiky bit. I was thinking now that I actually have like a proper base for him. Hey, oh god, so many of these have snapped. That's why I gotta get him on. I gotta get him on a base. Wait, did I want to go the opposite direction? I can never remember which direction I was planning on. There we go. I think this is it. There we go. That's way more stable. All right. What are the connection points? Flip it turnways. All right. So if I put glue on the belly, back leg, and this other one, I'm ready. I'm ready for this thing to be glued, so it'll have like a nice base that it can stay attached to. At that, and don't worry, he's been properly drained. If you look at the funky, like the little belly, that belly is glued, dried up entirely. Oh, nope, there we go. We got a little bit of glue coming. There we go. We just go boop. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yay! It's him. It's him. All right. We'll glue onto that back leg. Close enough. All right. I'm gonna let him dry now. I'm gonna let him dry now. Scooch you over. I don't think we're gonna work on the ship anymore tonight. I just don't think the time. The base is there, so there's something that can be built off of that. Okay. You over there. Oh yeah. Before we go back to Deathjack, there we go. Let's go back to Dr. Scraps. This is just a guy I made out of some leftover bits, so he's not a particularly complicated model. He's just a little guy. All right. So what I want to do with him as just a little guy, I want to take a little bit of this flesh tone. I'm just gonna kind of just like put a little drop of that. I'm gonna mix a little bit. By the way, I also got a wet palette. Strongly recommend anyone who's into mini painting, please get a wet palette. Even if you have to make one, there's lots of tutorials on how to make them. They really are super good. Take a little bit of this red I've been using. Push it into a kind of thread pasty kind of dealio. I have a little bit on my brush, so I might be able to get some on the back without wasting it. There we go. I want them to kind of like, I think I'll probably end it with like a coating of like a really thin coating of just that like the flesh color. I'm so happy that like I love Raycar flesh as a color, but fuck the Games Workshop bottles for it. I'm so glad that like my shop restocked the too thin coat so I could just use Duncan's Raycar flesh equivalent. So much better. There we go. Now I got to work my way into the various little fucked up booby bits of the lad. Not too bad. There we go. He's also got his like weird fucked up mutant face. Oh yeah, never actually painted the helmet a metal color, which is little little chin highlight. But this guy's literally just like ostensibly I'm gonna use him for turnip, but like I don't have like a dedicated role for him for anything. He might just be scenery. Like I might just have like battles and stuff, and he's just there, chilling, watching. He's looting through the pockets of the dead, looking for sick coins and whatnot. This one does. I think this is getting like an appropriate, like kind of sick flesh layer too. I snap a lit. That's fine. Love him though. I was literally just like I was like on my desk and I was like I'm never gonna I printed like 10 of these helmets for another project and I don't have a need for that many helmets. I don't know. Sometimes I'll just like print a bunch of stuff and I'm like, how what convinced you that this was a good idea to print so many of these? I think that was no. Oh, no, no, no. Those were for my sludge. So there's a war game called Sludge, which is really, really neat. Kind of like sort of post-apocalyptic Napoleonic, similar to Turnip, but where Turnip has kind of got like It's fucked up, but there's like a level of whimsy to the fucked upness. Sludge is just pure suffering. It's just like the follies of man that are compounded forever on his own little mistakes. But I think eventually I realized that like getting the sludge armies that I would want would be kind of a huge pain in the ass. Like and like it's a game where you can like there's no official minis. I mean there are, but like it's not like a game where you have to have like a tournament scene. It's not like a Games Workshop game is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't have to roll up to the club with like official sludge minis. I could. I think the guy who makes sludge sells like a couple of STL, but like they're good. I think I picked up like one or two for other projects, but I've never been compelled just to do it just specifically for sludge. Especially because like the vibes, it's weird because like it's a game. Like I said, you can kind of do whatever you want, but there are like the base game is like yeah, just do your own nations or whatever, and then the expansion to that was like oh by the way, there's really mostly these two big nations, one loose confederacy of like little nations that don't want to get their asses kicked, and a bunch of weirdo psychic angry cults that keep seeing visions of a great manticore in their brains, telling them to fuck shit up. And I'm sure all of you will be absolutely surprised which faction I went. I know, right? Like I bet Hal chose the reasonable faction and not like the weird psychotic murderers that get visions of horror in their brains. I did. I totally did. I totally picked those guys up. That was the plan anyway, but then it's like I tend to lose interest in projects quite a bit as well. I'm very flighty with them. Like it's very easy for me to get super jazzed and then like get super jazzed for something else and the first one falls away. And also I just kind of realized it's like I think Sludge is a neat game, but like I can kind of get the same level of just like I can get like the same vibe out of my system in other projects. All right, there we go. And then oh yeah, we also do got the little still got the buff. No, I still got to do a little bit of that buff highlight shirt as well. Bit on there. Do I have a tiny dry brush? There we go. Take a sip real quick. I'm just like testing if this brush is appropriately fluffy enough as I'm like big sipping on water. One thing is really nice. Unironically, I think VTubing would be in the long run will be extremely healthy for me, purely on the basis of how much water I regularly consume over the course of a stream. Like, I drink a reasonable amount of water during the day, but before I stream, I fill up 2 large bottles and like basically I destroy both of them over the course of like a 4-hour stream. Sometimes if I'm extra thirsty, I'll even go and grab some more. There you go. The first use of this like 3D head pack that I got a while skull pack because I was like I did a long time ago. Games Workshop has this like gigantic box of skulls, like an absolutely ludicrously huge box of skulls, and I think I still have fragments of that. But I was like the convenience of print on demand skulls is very strong. That I could just be like, all right, one printer batch. I have 100 skulls just ready to go. The downside about kind of doing that in this kind of like mechanical way, I brush it. I was doing a quick field check on my my phone because it's been getting super hot lately. Hello, Pig. How you doing? How you doing? I'm I'm in between. I'm just working on this little noodle boy. I'm on this little test guy. He's made a scrap, so I want to fuck around with him real quick before I get back to the main project. Get a little bit. It's like mostly done too. Just need to get. I just want to add a little bit of the original pale flesh color. A couple ideas. I also think if I keep the strokes like mostly horizontal, I can make maybe very lightly build up a weird texture for him. Just kind of the hints of some fuckity worm stuff. How you doing, Pig? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. That's been fun. I've been getting real nostalgic over a bunch of minis, and just having a bunch of like little tiny stuffs kind of get together. Has been nice. It's nice when I have a bunch of models that are just like, okay, you're close, but I just gotta give you slightly more teal. I accidentally get on the spikes. Oh, do I want to bother painting the spikes? Oh no, I have an idea what to do with it. I totally know what I want to do with the spikes. He's made of scraps, so I think he would still fit in turnip, but I just kind of want to make him just like a weird mutant guy. Like I like to imagine he was a dude that just mutated so hard that he's just like no longer fit for combat, but he can do like medical stuff. Like I was kind of doing the joke from Doctor Worm, which is a very fun. Doctor Worm is my favorite. They Might Be Giant song. I love Doctor Worm so much. I've loved Doctor Worm for years. It was weird because like compared to most people's introduction to They Might Be Giants, I found them through Doctor Worm, which was on fucking like It was like it had like a Nickelodeon animated video, which is bizarre. But like that, it implanted itself in my brain, and I still love that song. It's a fun, catchy song too. He's not a real doctor, but he is a real worm, an actual worm, and he lives like a worm. There we go. So we got a little bit of highlights on the edges. Okay, I have one quick thing. That is very funny when I say that. Would you still love me if I'm a worm? But I put that person into the soil so I can use them to nourish my crops. Get wrecked, nerds. All right. I think I know how to quickly fix the how to fix the fact that I kind of overpainted on a couple of the spikes. I'm just gonna get a little bit of red. I can just kind of do like a real sloppity, haphazard, very light red dry brush on all these, which is nice. That on there. I'm like weirdly committed to getting like I said, this is just a model assembled out of scraps. I was just like, you know what? I have a bunch of just like weird one-off bits just kicking around my desk. I do find it I feel like this year has been a lot of like I've done projects where I'm like, this is taking up a lot of shelf space. I should really kind of just get this done. I think I've been doing that like way more this year, but in a way that like I've been kind of enjoying it. I've been enjoying the process of just being like, yeah, this takes up space. It no longer takes up space. It's done. It activates several like serotonin producing neurons in my brain are like real good. Yeah, I think we just gotta get like one more little branch of the arms, the ones that kind of awkwardly overlap. And it's him, the lad, the little critter. He was made with the amount of effort he deserves, but he still needs an oil wash because fuck yeah, he does. I think that'll make the lesson pop. What I'm actually working on, though, Pig, is I am working on a Deathjack from Warmachine. He was entirely unpainted when the stream started, and oh god. Well, now I know that the pig creature is doing great. I need to move him elsewhere so I don't knock him over. I built that thing just because I thought it'd be fun to reuse. Was that a Skittles hit? Ah! He's got these like little hedgehog bumpity things. Kinda. I guess if your Skittles are only chocolate. Have we witnessed the horrors of man to the point where Skittles come in chocolate? I almost want to say that I vaguely remember the idea of coffee flavored Skittles, but I don't know if that's like a hallucination I made up. The coffee's popular enough as a flavor. I could totally see coffee Skittles. Like why? What would compel someone to do it? Oh god, I forget. I keep forgetting I got to paint the tombstones. It's okay. We'll get his toes, and then I'll move to the tomb. Actually, I get a little bit of metal there is a nice touch. It does make it. Oh, I just stuck my pinky finger directly into the paint. I can tell it's getting later because my body is giving out on me. I would like for it to not do that. The other one, oh, I think I made some parts because of the terrain I decided to put on them a little harder. But like I said, normally I do sub assemblies. That would even maybe technically count for terrain. But I think the way I need to do the dirt on this one, it would just not work. It would just not work unless I specifically, like, did everything before I primed. There we go. There we go. Alright, let me take a sip. Alright, and then let me get a little bit of gray on those tombstones. I could almost dry brush them gray, but I think I'm gonna I think even though black gray is, like, a pretty dark oh, I can also use black gray on the tubes, too. He's got these, like oh. Okay, I still need to do black gray. I think the tubes, because he's supposed to be filled with, like, glowy, evil green. Because, like, I don't hmm. I just realized that I think the way I don't know if there's, like, a defined soul color uh, in Warmachine. I know Crix's stuff is just green, but I think it's because green is spooky, and even though they do drain a lot of souls, I don't think the implication is that souls are, like, bright neon green, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if that was true. The stuff that kinda came out of Iron Kingdoms as a setting is very interesting, especially because like, the thing that kinda baffles the mind is that, like, it originally started as a bunch of D&D 3.5 source books, or maybe it's 3.0, I don't remember which. It was D&D 3 point something. Like, they just used to sell the Iron Kingdoms as a campaign setting, and then the fact that it just kind of grew out of that it grew out of a D&D setting into a war game, into its own role-playing game. Then it's the war game is still technically going, even if it's been through a wild and wacky series of mismanagement and ups and downs. And then now it is another goddamn D&D supplement. That part feels like regression, but everything else about it feels pretty wild in the positive axis. How you doing, Unemployed Engine? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How do you like Deathjack? Look at him. Look at him, the lad. It does come full circle. It's odd. Which I mean, to be fair, making something for D&D 3.5 is a lot like making something for D&D 5e. I would actually argue it was worse at the time. I love D&D 3.5 from like a nostalgic section, and I think there was some cool things made under that system, but god damn did it like swallow the tabletop RPG market. Like I literally think third-party games did not recover until 4th edition came out. I have heard a little bit about the NASA D&D module. Dice Queen D was doing like a little just going through it from her Twitter, and it's like a fucking NASA isekai where you learn about rockets and you're doing like it's the kind of isekai where you're transplanting your soul into someone else's body, but there's an option just to say, you know what, fuck it, I like having my soul in this body, and just leaving the other guy in your mundane ass body to live the rest of your life. Every now and then NASA just makes a game that sounds incredibly bizarre. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a link to that. Yeah, I don't know if the rules were especially good for it. Uh NASA tabletop RPG. It's called Lost Universe. Okay. NASA's tabletop role-playing game adventure. The cover is lacking. But oh, let me see if I can get a good screenshot of this. The rest of the stream turns into just doing like a quick 5-second like NASA, what crack were you smoking? I kind of get it though. I guess D&D is popular with the youths, and of course you want the youths to be into rockets, right? You're NASA. If the youths aren't into it, well, it doesn't. Okay, to be fair, it has a D20 on it. And I don't necessarily know if it's not their own system. All right, let me put the cover on screen real quick though. Picture screenshots. Oh, not VR chat. I don't have VR screenshot. There we go. I mean, it's not the worst graphic design. It's just very generic. There we go. See, that's 2 parts, can be 3 to 4 hours. Hmm, okay. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna pause to read the first paragraph of the adventure background. In an age 400 years past, a planet called Exlaris, sorry, orbited comfortably in its star's habitable zone. Within this delicate zone, the planet grew to support life that became intelligent and developed a robust society and learned to harness their innate magical capabilities. A peaceful world took shape that prized knowledge above all else. They focused on agriculture and bettering their societies through medical research and honing their magical abilities. The quote unquote magic of this world came about when a small group of inhabitants discovered that they had the ability to harness the energy of the vacuum, the energy filling the universe around them. More information found in Appendix A. Neither the ability nor the energy they harness itself has been well understood, but research into its ongoing. In the meantime, more of the inhabitants of Exlaris have learned to harness this energy through some study and others through innate gifts. However, that energy tends to flow. Okay. Some elves and dark elves. What? Okay. What the fucking hell? When a black hole moved close to their planet, but not close enough to consume it, it slingshotted their planet along with its moon into space? What the fuck is this game, NASA? Okay. Guys. Okay. Guys. Guys. Okay? This Saturday, I will not run the NASA system. This Saturday, I'm doing a what been calling like a shallow dive, where I just go through a system and show you how to make characters and just what's cool about it on Engine Heart, because I like Engine Heart. Next Saturday, I want to see if I can run this fucking game for chat. I want to see if it's feasible. I need to read it. I need to read it to see if it's even really playable as a group experience. If it is, if I could reasonably run this game and like it wouldn't implode, I'm strongly considering it. Because it sounds bananas. When the NASA RPG starts talking about black hole magic, I'm in. I'm in for it. Because like it's also got to be like an edutainment game. So like if I run the game, is it going to quiz you? I know one other game that quizzes its players, and that's Dragon Raid. And Dragon Raid is also a silly game. Dragon Raid is an expressly Christian tabletop RPG about a alternate world, but also like Satan and God are there. And like you are dragon hunters, because dragons are the servants of the big Satan. And in order to do magic, you have to recite Bible verses. Which is also nuts, but like in a different way. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like Narnia with more broadswords. Like, nope. Narnia has broadswords. It's like Narnia but less cool. If I'm going to be honest, because like Narnia ostensibly is like a reasonably neat setting. It's one of the pillars of classic fantasy. It's got cool stuff. You got Lion Jesus allegory and child rulers and evil witches and stuff. That's fun. Dragon Raid is like a bunch of moral like lessons wrapped into the shell of D&D. I think the original goal, the way it kind of read like, is that like the guy who wrote Dragon Raid was like, "Hey, listen, I know everybody in the church thinks D&D's the devil. It's not, but I don't think I can convince all of you. So what I've done is I've made my explicitly Christian tabletop RPG so that you can still do this. And look, we can even teach the kids Bible. That's win-win, churchgoers. And I think they're like, you know what? That's just boring enough that we can have our children play it. Let's go. Let's go, Dragon Raid. As an alt universe where the Hubble telescope exists and one that doesn't? Wild. 90%. Yeah, I mean, not there are good pieces of Christian media, but a lot of it is made for lame purposes. Like like a lot of it's just made. Also, hello, senpai. How you doing? Welcome to Senpai Namurai. We're talking about Bible Man, not specifically Bible Man, but we're talking about the NASA RPG and Dragon Raid. How y'all doing? If you do not know me, I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. So today I am actually painting a Warmachine model. Don't tell Games Workshop. Don't tell James Workshop that I'm painting a Warmachine model in the Warhammer channel. It's okay. I painted a little bit of a Minotaur. It's cool. It's cool. We're fine. We're fine. I've never actually seen Bible Man. I'm just kind of aware he is. And this is great. Ooh, hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Those both sound like fun. What I am painting today is the Deathjack from Ancient Warmachine Past, because I've had it in my pile of shame for a while, and it's a very pretty. You know what? Now that I've actually like applied paint to it, it's a very pretty model. Oh, you know, I just realized I do. I do have a bunch of corn blood letters. If I wanted to make this a Hellbrute, I don't think it would be terribly hard to put together. I can do messy. There we go. Let my hair down, let it relax. I could make like a very small corn warband. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I just thought of an idea. What if I made a corn warband of war games that are not Warhammer? Like I also put in Wrath of Kings. I could do corn Wrath of. Oh, okay. That's a dangerous idea. Oh, that's a dangerous project idea. Great for the backlog, but man, I have to think about that. I have to think about that. Or maybe I could just make it like a general like chaos faction thing, but that's not. That's the problem. This is my brain is incredibly easy to like get tricked into like, ooh, that could be a fun next project, Hal. You should totally do that fun next project. Like, don't. No, please. Brain, please. I have so many projects, and it's like, but Hal, you got a bunch of Wrath of Kings troops in your closet. Not doing anything with them, Hal. You're not doing anything with them. I'm not at the moment. At the moment, no. I'll have to think about the logistics for that later, because part of me is actually kind of think that's a rad idea. All right, well, we got a little time left before I got Ollie out. I think if I can touch up the, oh yeah, the red of the hands definitely needs another coat. I think this is like very on to the paint. I am like pretty happy with how far I got. I actually don't think he needs that much more attention. There's like, okay, shoulder pads could also maybe be red. There's like a, okay, so there's like a couple of odds and ends. Like shoulder pads, some of the plates, like a couple of stuff I kind of pushed over. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh these definitely need to be red. Why did I not even get red? Even in this watery state, I can tell that's looking good. Hey, hell yeah. Mini painter cross pollination, let's go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, I understand it's pretty late too, so if any of you nerds need to ollie out and take a rest, but if anyone also wants to see like my completed models or other stuff, you can all go to my various Twitters and Discords, and Instagram's mostly where I post fetish models, but like you can see models posted in other locations around there as well. I'm trying to do that thing where I have a lot of diversified locations to post my miniatures, and it's going pretty good. Very good. I've been doing more up, just posting them around. Feels nice. Nice when people are like, "Wow, that model you painted, very nice." Yeah, nice things are nice. Big midnight insight, Hal. You fucking goober. Also, I need to double check on my YouTube side. Okay, there we go. Peaceful YouTube night, which is totally understandable. A little bit on these little bits. There's like touch up bits, but like overall, I'm very happy with the way Deathjack came out. All right, so those little arm bits are gotten some love. Definitely need to do the chains again though, just because they're just gonna residually pick up some red. Yeah, that's like once again, like I don't think you can super see, but I can kind of tell in like the claw. There's like a little bit of weird texturing. I still don't know if that's a primer fuck up or not. How'd I set that up? Multiple. So I'm using Nightbot. For some easy bot stuff like that, where I can just set a custom command if anyone exclamation mark socials or exclamation mark Discord, it will do a thing. There's also a tool called Sammy, SAMMI, which I'm beginning to move to, but not super move to just yet because there's a lot of little bits of Sammy I'm still working at. But like if you want like real super duper command based customization of stream nonsense, Sammy is pretty good. I've also used when you join Discord, I think it's called onboarding. There's like you can set up your Discord to have like onboarding questions. And because like that's where you can set roles and stuff. I know previously you could do it through like auto robots and stuff like that. But yeah, I think if you look up how to like do Discord onboarding, I think that'll get you there. Yeah, it took me a while to set it up too. It's kind of annoying for pre-existing people because you're gonna have to like customize a lot of their roles if they don't have them already. But it's very good like once you get that set up for like new people coming in. Glad I can help out though. Glad I can help out. I like talking shop about like stuff like that. Fun to do. How does your little ball tint out? I don't know if they should be metal or not. I'll have to think about it. Thank you. I love your research time. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy your research time. All right. I'm just gonna get like I can feel the eep overtaking me. I'm gonna get like a little bit more red paint on the claws. And I will likely be continuing this model on Sunday. If anyone was like, "Ooh, I like watching this elf paint. I should watch him paint twice." Just have yourself a good eep. Take it easy, yo. I will be joining you right about. Yeah, that'll be good enough for now. I hope it's legit. I spent time trying to get it legit. But all right, I think with that, that's going to be it for me as well. I'm going to end the YouTube side of the stream. So bye-bye, YouTube peoples. If you see the VOD in the future, thank you for watching. There we go. I have a plugin that lets me double